to like network and find new channels and discover new people. And there's a RimWorld hot potato that'll be in November. So, if you like RimWorld and want to watch another hot potato, there will be another one. Is anyone else hearing an echo? 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 I'm not. Am I echoing? I shouldn't be. Do you have 2 tabs of my stream open? The last time I had an echo, it's because there was a second tab open and one was half a second behind. Dealt with a were-donkey and Olm people and a feathered crab forgotten beast and a small goblin army of about 100. No dwarves died in that one. Well, that's good. Oh, yeah, that would do it. But you're not sure you'll be able? I will say this, there is a lot of competition to get into the RimWorld one. Like, we have to turn down a lot of people. Like, it's a much bigger event than the Dwarf Fortress one. Like, as fun as the Dwarf Fortress hot potato was, it was a fraction of the viewership and a fraction of the participants. Like, the RimWorld event is almost twice as long. For one thing. And I think last year had 36 streamers take part instead of 22 for Dwarf Fort. If you watch that stream he did a stream with Salford Sal as part of Kit Fox's birthday, Zach and Tarn did. There's a lot of good details in there because it's the stream where Sal built a tiny fort to show them, and she's just like going through and like talking to them about like her kind of thought process about how she built things. And there's a lot of like good comments from Tarn and Zach about the UI, going like, oh yeah, no, we wish that we could get sorting filters on there, but like we just didn't have time. Oh, that's so that menu is so bad. We need to go back and put a search bar in there. Yeah, no, that needs alphabetical searching. Like just constantly about like almost every menu in the game. So they're absolutely aware of it. As for when it'll get in, it's Dwarf Fortress. You would kill for an easier way to build floors? You know, fun fact, you used to not be able to build walls on floors, so be thankful for what you have, but yes. Pilot guy's just lurking in the shadows and just like, I gotcha. Gotcha, man. How you doing, Pilot? Good morning. You flying today? I really need to sneeze. One sec. Motherfuck. Hate it when that happens. Uh-huh. You also hate it when that happens? God. You get stuck in a loop and it's like, I can't stop sneezing. Well, that's great. As long as it's not connected to his smartphone to allow him to walk, then we're good. If it's connected to his smartphone, then I hate it. Otherwise, it's great. But regardless, it's great. Dude gets to walk. Boy. Hold on. No, I gotta keep sneezing. If it's allergies, it's none that I'm aware of. I did a big what's the word? Like allergy everything test a number of years ago, and I was negative on like almost all fronts when it comes to things like pollen. So, I don't know. I do smoke, so that might have something to do with it. Not super frequently, but let's go for a walk now. I can't let you do that, John. No, I don't smoke tobacco. I smoke weed. You know, it's one of those situations. God, I'm sweating. Like I'm just suddenly full body sweating after those sneezes. Body didn't like that. All right, well, we're about to get hit by an ad break. Once the ad break's done, we'll dive into dwarfs. Sneeze workout for the win? Yeah, no kidding. So you've been sneezing a lot as well? Yeah, I don't know if I have problem with pollen, but... So what you're saying is you quit cigarettes and started playing Dwarf Fort? Because Dwarf Fort came out on the 6th of December. But good for you. Keep at it. Yeah, no, I've been smoking joints a bit recently, and I've kind of already realized, like, I need to stop doing that because it makes talking hard in the morning. A year of training. Well, I mean, yeah, you need to relearn how to use your new body. No gummies and brownies? So you're not to be just like throw this back in your face. I'm type 1 diabetic. Brownies are a lot of insulin I have to take, and gummies ain't much better. Also, most of the gummies that I can buy here are like very, very, very low THC, and I need a lot to notice. So no, I will stick to my vapes, thanks. My vapes have almost no effect on my throat, though. It's just smoking that does. And the only time I really smoke is if I have weed I don't like, and I want to get through it quickly. And currently, I have weed I don't like. So I'm trying to get through it quickly because, like, my vape uses such a small amount, like, an ounce will last me 6 months. Ever tried tinctures? I take tinctures on planes. That's, like, all I use them for. No, it's fine. I won't live till that point. I already know that. My body will fall apart first. It's got nothing to do with diabetes, though. Or smoking, for that matter. But they subsided? That's nice of them. It's nice of your allergies to, you know, go away and be nice and leave you alone. But speaking of not being nice and not leaving people alone, chat, you're not allowed to leave me alone because it's time to say hi, YouTube. I got a sore spot on my wrist. What the fuck? I think I got a splinter. I got a splinter yesterday. I was gardening. Oh yeah, no, part of my nihilism pathology is just like my body falling apart. It's like when you have like a small number of birth defects that are pretty major to the point where it's just like, oh yeah, no, your body will just like self-destruct at like 55. Also, you'll be blind by then and won't be able to see at all. It's like, ah, sweet, nihilism. Ho! Anyway, let's play video games. I just turned off every single person who's like, blind is too nihilistic about like streaming video games on the internet, while streaming video games on the internet, and it ruins the vibes, and I don't want to watch his stream. So for that, I'm gonna put a new marker in chat. And chat, can you say hi YouTube again? I'm gonna cut that beginning bit. Definitely not. All right, let's dive in. Definitely not. You heard the worst splinter last weekend? Really? Yeah. No, I was doing a bunch of gardening last night. Because I posted a picture at like 9:30 at night. I'd finished making dinner and I prepped some YouTube stuff for today, and then I was just like, you know what I really want to do? I really want to just garden. So what I did was I went outside into the backyard area behind my building and gave a bunch of fertilizer to these blueberry plants that my neighbor planted last year, and this wisteria that's going up the trellis back there, and then grabbed a bag and proceeded to weed for like, oh God, till about 11:30, I would say. Yeah. I was weeding for a long time. So first thing I need to say is I've set the number of possible siegers that can show up in a siege to the maximum number. Oh yeah, which is why we had to wait until the cover of darkness. Definitely not because it was me and my neighbor out there with cans of beer and like I had my vape and he had a joint and we were just like gardening at like 11:30. So, you know, that's definitely how I spent my evening yesterday. It was lovely. It was a nice evening. I was talking to my neighbor about it, and he's just like, you know, earlier in the year, him and me had a discussion where we're like, we're not going to do any work on the garden this year because it's a waste of time. The building doesn't appreciate it. Nobody around the building gives a shit, and it's just going to be neglected again. But like, I think it's healthier for me to do that kind of gardening than it is for the building, so I don't really care. Anyway. As for the fort, so I've turned up the sieges. So by default, sieges can have 160 invaders, so goblins or humans or whatever, and then 40 creatures, so 40 mounts. Those are the biggest sieges get by default on hard. I've set it to 500 invaders and 500 sieges because that's how big the game lets me make it. I might be able to modify the setting. Like I remember turning it up higher than that back in the day, but I don't know where the file is and I haven't gone looking. So by default, I've set the sieges to the biggest possible size they can be. And your CPU dies? No, actually. So the last siege we got, I went from about 30 FPS, pretty steady, down to, I've got like this weird lump in my throat after all that sneezing. I've gone from about like 30 FPS steady while just running the fort. I'll unpause it now. We'll let it catch up. When the siegers arrived, I went down to about 8 to 15 FPS, which is actually really good considering there's about 1,000 entities on the map suddenly, each holding, I've been drinking water, each holding about a dozen items, right? And each of those items have liquid contaminants, temperature being measured, and all of that. So there's a lot going on there. The game is still a little on the laggy side, and we're working on recovering that just a bit, but largely that's due to all the work being done down here, I think, so hopefully that'll fix itself soon. Today I would like to try and get a, do I have a bunch of beak dogs that are running around that aren't where they're supposed to be? I do have one, weird. Also apparently an ostrich and 2 camels. But I kind of want to get a glassworks industry up and running in this fort because I currently don't have one. There's just something burning down there. All right, there it is. I hope it stops. We built these, which have been very much fixing the mood of the fort. So whenever they go in or out of the fort through the main entryway, they get sprayed, you know. So that's more or less fixed moods. But aside from that, let's read through the living dwarves, and then we will enable the dwarf redemption. By the way, I've changed the dwarf redemption, so it's now just one redemption, meaning if you redeem a dwarf, you can redeem it and name it after yourself, or name it after somebody else, or give it to somebody else. I've lifted the rules on it, so if you want to redeem a dwarf, you just redeem a dwarf, and it's every 45 minutes. It's easier than managing 2 different redemptions. So. As for dwarves in the fort, we have Ascarde, Aegis, Acre, Ashlyn, and a shady necromancer. Baka Glass II, Bear on Debus, Big Sparn, me, the king, Casual T, Clayborn, Cornithrum, as well as Corvius Suede, Darius Cardrin, and Diamond Destruct, Disco Cito, and Doodle Tones, Dr. Mac Daddy, Dr. Niche, Elfie Bean, and In Fragrance, as well as Fight Tech and Ghost Bat and Gimli and Glass Half Empty, Goat Swarm and I Ate Your Lobsters, Jerry Gourd, who's still in prison but no longer pissed off somehow, and Killiot, and Lanix, and Lyagushka, Mick Jerby, Merlin Buff, MMO Junkie, Neriv, Net Hazard, Nicolaf, and Nutty Wombat, Nutwick, and Pandasaurus Rex, Paul Harvey, Quiricus. Apparently we have 2 Quiricuses? How did the heck did we do that one? And Ray Britt, and Raging Cave. We have 2 Raging Caves. And Ranger Rick, and red ness, and shark jumping walrus, silver shadow, sneed posting, Talon Artho, Ben R, the Squoid, Trimkoff, True Freak, Tyler, and that's everybody. Draven, what up? How are me in chat this evening? Chat, how are we in chat? How are we doing this evening? You probably died to Scary Noodle. I think you died to Siege, actually. Oh, yeah. Also, we have an Angry Noodle in the basement named Ramen. He lives down here. It's fine. He's just an Angry Noodle. Just don't mind Angry Noodle. Angry Noodle just does what Angry Noodle does. He just hangs out. So down here is where we are powering a lot of stuff. We've also got most of our thread industry down here. I think actually something that might improve the frame rate of this zone right here is just like cutting out a chunk of this wall. I feel like this door is a problem, especially considering there's an ibex in here for some reason that isn't mine. Why is there an ibex here? Please kill the ibex. Just please kill the ibex. Thank you. Please kill that ibex. Get rid of the ibex. There's now ibex head, and the frame rate goes up by 3. Look at that, magical. Ibex are cool, not when they're wild and wandering through my fortress. So I fucked up, which I could probably actually fix, but I think it's kind of funny, so I haven't bothered. This is my front door, right? Front door goes around here, down into here, right? This is an exit I have at the other end of the map right here. If I closed this, it would probably fix this problem. The problem is I've got wild animals walking through my fortress all the time because they're trying to go from one side of the fort to the other via my back door. So, but I have this little side entrance, so I can actually close it and it'll be fine. Which one would you prefer I rename Quercus? Or unname, I guess. Or actually, I mean, we could just give it to somebody in chat. Which one do you want me to give away, the planter or the miller? There's the one with a beard and one without a beard. Which one would you like to keep? They're both extremely happy, so there is that. You'll keep the planter? All right. Who do you want to give the miller to? Chat, press 1 if you want a dwarf. Imagine having a chronic illness flare in an HOA and just not being capable of mowing your lawn. Imagine, yeah. Imagine. I mean, another dwarf will be popping up in a moment because I will be turning on the redemptions after I name this one. So, Paxmac. Okay. So there's a bug in this version, chat, which is the unnamed branch, or the what's it called? The experimental branch. There's an issue where if you start typing and the game is unpaused while you're in a writing thing, it still activates hotkeys, so it'll pop you to a different menu. It's really annoying. Paxmac. Done. Paxmac is the miller. Paxmac never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He often feels envious of others and is quite polite. Tends to not reveal personal information, and he is assertive. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and can handle stress. Isn't particularly curious about the world, and he likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. On the topic of homeowners association, do you think they would be real happy with me ripping up my entire lawn, if I had one, if I lived in a place with a homeowners association, ripping up my entire lawn and, you know, turning it into plants that isn't lawn? Also, the other thing I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of these. And we're going to move the entirety of my clothing industry underground. Because currently, we're all working up here, and it's probably not great them, like, making weird trips and going up here to make clothing and cloth when I could just have them underground at the main area. That seems way more efficient. Though he likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract, and he is assertive, and he has an active imagination, and he occasionally overindulges, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He chooses cheek when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and deeply dislikes cooperation, and he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes mica, bismuth, and praise opal, bayberry wood, and two-legged rhino lizard horn, and amber, and the color pale chestnut, and totems and chickens for their scratching, and the sound of the meandering mother, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, and when possible prefers to consume giant aardvark and sheep cheese, and strawberry plants. You're a member of the Coven of Right, and his bronze eyes are very round, his very long beard is neatly combed. Somebody knocked over a couple of my bookshelves. That's annoying. His medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean-shaven, and his dark brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is buff with a touch of gray. Replace lawn with lava moat. Yeah, no, I mean, I would, like... It's funny. I don't like where I live, chat. I do not like this apartment. I've talked about this many times. It's not that it's a bad building, it's just I have a lot of bad memories here. Like, I lived in this place with a now ex-girlfriend for a very, very, very long time. Like, we lived here for, I mean, for my age, a long time, I guess, for maybe not a very long time in the grand scheme of things, but, like, we lived here together for, like, 6.5 years, right? And now I've lived here for almost 10. And so there's a lot of really good memories in this place, but there's also a lot of really bad memories in this place. So I don't really like this apartment that I live in for personal reasons, right? And every year around this time, I try to think of some excuse to move and can never do it because either the rent's too high or there just isn't enough options, or like I don't want to move far away or whatever. Like I always have some reason to not move. But the frustrating thing about it is there's plenty of things I could do in this building that would make me stay here permanently, basically, but our strata doesn't allow it. It's like, I just want to be able to garden in all of the gardens and just, like, fuck with things and, like, plant vegetables and stuff. But I can't because our strata doesn't allow it. And I'm not allowed on strata because I'm just a renter, not an owner. Supposedly there is a, like, weird method of allowing people who are just renters to be on strata, but it's very indirect and requires a lot of paperwork, and yeah, nah. Apparently I've mandated the construction of some things, so I should do that. And we have an unknown murder of a child because I got eaten by a vampire. So 2 bucklers, 3 large gems. What was the last item that I needed? Buckets. English ivy everywhere, but would shoot you on sight if you hung a pride flag or something. You know, there's a lot of things wrong with that sentence, and that makes me really sad. That ivy is such a pain to get out. Well, hold on. I have a question. If you were to plant flowers in the colors of the pride flag on your front lawn, what do you think they would do? If you're just like, I'm planting flowers, and then you plant them in the pattern of a pride flag, like, you can get the right colors of flowers to do that. Like, if they let you garden, like, they're letting them... You're planning on moving eventually? I was gonna say, if they let you garden, like, just go full chaos with it. Limit flowers and plants? I mean, like, you just go get some stuff that dies at the end of the year. Like, easy peasy. A couple dollars worth of seedlings later, and you control your homeowners association. Seems worth it to me. All right, so we're gonna, I think, Paxmac, who am I giving a dwarf to? Because, like, we just named you a dwarf, so who am I giving a dwarf to? Mr. Tapok get dwarf? What kind of dwarf does Mr. Tapok get? Angie dwarf? Happy dwarf? Neutral dwarf? A happy dwarf who's currently drinking, I think, is what you. I gotta say, I love the fact that True Freak looks like a Jawa. Dwarf looks like a Jawa. I kind of like this one. Tapok want minor? Okay. Dwarf needs a shirt. I'm thinking one of these two, but they're both, like, not that happy. I think I'm gonna give you Bumwreck right here. Nah, we'll go with Irel. Irel. You can have Irel. Mr. Tapok. You're, named Irel Fondseal. You have a younger sister in the fortress, and a niece and a nephew. And you have a lover who's dead. I'm sorry. He is gripped by crippling shyness after wearing old clothing. Are you still wearing old clothing? Nope. He is gripped by crippling shyness, apparently, and he is content being near a waterfall and remembering being near a waterfall. He's gripped by crippling shyness after strengthening. Oh, a strengthening after wearing old clothing. I'd hate to be see what he was before that. He considers time alone to be much more important than associating with others, and he has a low sense of self-esteem and is sometimes cruel. He finds humor in most situations, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He does not generally act with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. And he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass. He is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he is quite ambitious. He stiffens up when he's surprised, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore, or anyone ever. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never show or even never grouse or complain or even show emotion. And he greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes chalk and lead and red diamond and the color dark blue, bolts and greaves and thrones and amulets and dingoes for their coloration. In the words of the Palisade of Healing and the sight of the poetic glossom, Impossible prefers to consume giant moth, plum wine, and cow's milk, and finger limes, and absolutely hates leeches. I once looked at how much it would cost to import finger limes because a recipe called for them, and a lot of fucking money. Anyway, he is very bored. He has a very long beard, and he is arranged in double braid, which is arranged double braids. Something is happening. Someone's been missing for a week. Oh my god. His mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is braided. His very high cheekbones, and he has a narrow, recessed chin. His nose is narrow, and his peach skin is wrinkled, and his peach skin is wrinkled, and his ears are somewhat splayed out, and his hair is auburn with a touch of gray, and his eyes are jade. Don't worry about it, Tygo. I got the rest of it right once I restarted. What happened to this dwarf? God damn it. Make some slabs. Let's make them out of basalt. Zuglar, the manager, is not getting their job done. So somebody's probably dead in their bedroom somewhere. If I had to guess, because I just had a doctor go missing. Because I don't think we set anybody on fire accidentally. I mean, something was smoking outside, but I assume that wasn't a dead dwarf. But I guess you never know. Someone's been missing for a week. One of my doctors. Kosoth. But yeah, no, casualty, what I would do if I were you is, assuming you can have flower beds, right? This is just a Google search. I don't know. Especially, like, do it right when you move out. Like, go out there the night before you move out, plant your entire garden just, like, full of these things, and then leave. Hey, nerds! Ranger Rick, I think so. Yep, there you are. You're currently reading Monstrous Floor, which is nothing to do with the song Monstrous Ball. Portion consists of 102-page guide entitled Monstrous Floor, authored by Imush. It concerns the pits of Monstrous Floor. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Hey, Raybrit. We're playing something very hard to remember. Just playing hostas everywhere. Hostas, man. Monstrous Floor? Well, I know a song called Monsters Ball. And whenever I see the word Monstrous Floor or, like, Monstrous something, I always think of Monsters Ball. It's a pretty good song, actually. It's by the Butcher Babies, which is a pretty okay metal band. It's a movie, too? Sure. I haven't heard of it. But, all right, so glass is what I want to do. So I need, well, I guess we'll need to extend this. You want to demolish a garden, plant bamboo? Yeah, that'll do her. I need sand. I don't think that there's any on this side. Kinda sucks. I do know where there is one sand deposit that we could go for, but a lot of, like, clay. Bunch of ostriches. Whole lot of ostriches, actually. Yeah, this is all rhyolite and clay. Or just, like, buy a shit ton of clover and just sprinkle it literally everywhere. If you go to the part of town that I'm from and wander around and look at all of, like, the half-used lots that just have, like, half-empty businesses on them, you will very quickly start to find random spats of clover everywhere, and that's absolutely just me. All right, well, this all has this stuff on it now, so let's just cover that, remove it, get our sand back. Did we get into, what did we get into for shenanigans yesterday? So I've set the number of possible invaders up to the maximum number, which is from about 200 maximum invaders, because 160 soldiers and 40 mounts or monsters, I've set that number to 500, 500. So if you want to watch Dwarf Fortress actually turn into a slideshow, whenever we get attacked, that's what's going to happen when we get attacked. Is Dwarf Fortress is actually going to become a, you know, it's going to become a slideshow. So that's kind of what we got into. If you look at the Discord, actually, there's a spoiler screenshot with the first large siege we got. It's hard to say for some reason. Commander Honk, good morning. Good day. Hello. You know, one of the most surprising things for me about playing Caves of Cud was learning that kudzu's a real plant. Genuinely had no idea. Although I think in real life they aren't like a murderous sentient plant that like actually eats you. Oh no, it's the dwarves are giving us a PowerPoint presentation of how they demolished the goblin thread. Yes. What Casualty was talking about. Mayagushka. That's practically eating the South's forest. Yeah, no, I mean, in Caves of Cud, it's a sentient plant that eats you. Or tries to, ineffectively. Sand collection works on walls, but I want this to look pretty. Most of what I'm doing in this exact moment is mostly just to make this look pretty. Like, when do I do things purely because they make sense? I intend to tell him. I'm trying to think of like invasive plant. I cultivate a weed every year. I plant miner's lettuce. That's technically a weed. I planted miner's lettuce all over my building. Kavish the Crafts Dwarf withdraws from society. Attis is stumbling around obliviously. Well, I mean, it's probably for the best. Getting these slabs and those gems done. Good, good, good. Yeah, no, one thing that I am all for when it comes to protesting is protesting with gardening. It's like if you don't like somebody, the best way to damage them is make something that's pretty that they have to get mad at. You know? It's just like if you don't like your homeowners association, plant fuck you in flowers. You know? Like just if you're going to protest against somebody or some group of people, protest with gardening because gardening just benefits everybody. And if they get mad at you for gardening, they're a bad person. Or just bad people, I guess. We'll mine that gold. I wasn't going to mine the gold, but there's actually like kind of a lot of gold down here. Also all this, which is mostly silver and other things. All of that. All this microcline and shit down here. Some gems. Clother's shop has been claimed? All right. Oh no, I've got mint everywhere. I've literally got mint growing through the bricks and the ground of my patio. Fold. I've got mint sprouting out of there. It is fantastic. Big fan of mint. And one of my neighbors who's, bless her soul, kind of incompetent, seems to think that if she keeps asking me eventually, I will plant mint next to her apartment as well. No, I won't. She can do it herself. And I keep telling her that, and she's like, "Yeah, no, you plant mint over here, and then we all can have mint." It's just like a couple of months back, or not months back, weeks back. Me and one of my neighbors, we planted potatoes everywhere around my building, in the flower beds, and a lot of them are like popping out and are looking great. Like they're looking quite good. Like I'm actually gonna get some potatoes out of my building, without telling anybody, obviously. And this one neighbor saw it, and she's just like, "Oh, you're gonna share, right?" It's like, no, you plant your own. The best part is if we don't dig them all up, there'll be potatoes next year. Wisteria, yep. Wisteria is pretty bad. Wisteria is a problem here, but if Wisteria is similar to kudzu, that makes sense. I used to grow cannabis plants in my closet, Nuzzle. Now it's just too much effort, and I can just go buy it. So, like, cannabis is like a weirdly, annoyingly picky plant to grow. I mean, she totally could, but she's also so incompetent and scared of, like when I say my neighbor's incompetent, Mogwai, I mean literally like this human is incompetent. Like, I don't think she's ever touched a shovel in her life. So, yeah, no, growing cannabis is, like, weirdly fiddly. Like, it's not an easy plant to grow, so. Parsnips bad where you're from? Really? But no, she totally could. She wants me to plant it in her garden and take care of it for her, which I ain't doing. Like, she's the sort of person who will be like, she'll walk by and see you weeding and be like, yo, there's mint growing back there. Can you pick a bunch of it for me? And then he'll be like, I mean, it's right there. You pick it. And then she'll be like, no, can you pick a bunch of it for me and then bring it up to my apartment? No. You can do that yourself. It's right there. Just pick it. All right, dwarf in a strange mood. What do you want? So stacked probably skeletons, right? Yeah, you've got all the cloth you need. Got gems, we got those. Okay, so it's skeletons. Ask for an insane amount of money in return? Yeah, no. It's never gonna work. Yeah, that's actually true. Pot is easy to grow. It's just hard to grow well. There's a lot of weird laws around it here now, and it's, at this point, not more cost effective, but it's just easier to just buy it, frankly. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. I just buy it because, instead of growing it, because if I had a better garden, if I had a greenhouse outside that I had ready access to in a backyard, I would grow my own weed. But I live in a tiny apartment, and all of my gardening is, like, not in places where I would want to grow weed. So, and because it's legal now and it's super easy to get, it's not worth going through the effort of, like, setting up a grow light in my closet. I'd rather just, like, you know, fill my closet up with camping gear, which is what I've done. You don't churn your own butter? Yeah, kind of. Although I do make weed butter sometimes. And on certain exports, pigtail cloth, there you go. Strange mood dwarf is moving. Because we slaughtered a beak dog. I wish it was easily purchased for everybody. Weed laws drive me nuts. Like, I joke about America being a third world country because of, like, how awkward it is to buy weed in a lot of places. I don't really mean it, but it's, there's so many places in the world where it's just like, this shit should just be legal, guys. Just stop it. And on this level, isn't sand on this level. Could get them. Somebody's fire alarm is going off. I'm trying to decide if mining on this level is still the best for this area. I'm thinking it might be smarter to just go 2 levels up. Go for the sand that's here, but I've already got this area, like, started, so might as well finish it. And then if you go down here and you put down grates, which I'm out of, make silver grate. Can make a nice little spot specifically for this stuff. It doesn't. Volcanoes don't erupt. There's a few things that can make them erupt, but they're technically bugs. Unless I do something to it physically. Exactly what Archangel said. PMJ can be excluded from coverage on dental and medical insurance here. I mean, it's where you live. The sand collection eventually deplete squares of sand. No. Sand is one of those magical infinite materials in Dwarf Fort. So I started reading what Commander Honk said, and then chat swapped to what Archangel said, and so I read, have there been any changes since the Steam release to actually approve the doctor procedure that we need? And I was like, staring at that sentence, very confused for a second there, because like that does actually sound like something that would be asked about Dwarf Fort. Why is that dwarf blue skin? Because it's a zombie. Intelligent undead. Have there been any big changes? Well, the build that I'm playing on right now has multi-threading. Does that count as big? What's my end goal for this fort? We're kind of just at war with the goblins. I'm probably not going to become the true mountain home. We have the king. I think I'm just going to play this fort until the end of the week and probably up until Tuesday next week. And we'll start a new fort then. In the same world with the same faction, probably. But this is basically just like a warmonger's fort against goblins. Also, I appear to be bubbling lava up from here again. Whoops. But yeah, lots of performance increases in the beta branch, and everything else is like question mark whatever Tarn's working on. But most major things currently are just multi-threading, like up to a 50% frame rate increase depending on your setup, and native Linux and Mac builds coming soon. Nope. I haven't even had a crash. Green. The first day that this branch was available to be played with, I had 2 crashes while saving and exiting. And I sent my save file to Putnam, and she fixed it, and then pushed the branch out. So I had 1 crash on saving and exiting, and that was it, basically. Or rather 2. And then I reported the bug, and Putnam fixed it. Considering, like, her wording when I sent her the save file was, fuck, I thought I fixed that. Actual multi-threading has. Why would there be a setting in the game that wasn't actual multi-threading that was multi-threading? That would be weird. Gives you plus 20 FPS flat. Yep, that is big. Yeah, you gotta watch out for the fake multi-threading. Rating the work of a student whose surname loosely translates to as a weirdo. Oh, poor kid. His parents must have hated him. And you want to know what the issue was, Fanyogs? Apparently it was a 0-line fix because 2 lines of code needed to be swapped. Like, there was 1 check that was out of order, which is what was making the game crash. Kavish has begun a mysterious construction. Got some animals fighting. Person transforms into a were-lizard. That's normal. We're making masterpiece pigtail cloth. Good, good, good. It's always my favorite thing when someone's just like, well, it was a 0-line fix. So this is going to be my sand collection zone. The problem is it's not exactly in a good spot. So I'm going to, because I want them on this layer, really. Because this is where we're going to be working. Although, how many glass smelters do I even have? Most of these are just magma smelters. Yeah, none of these are glass furnaces. So I need to expand my glass furnaces. So we're going to make a glass zone down here. Is what I'm going to do. This is going to maybe do some canceling, but that'll be fine. Yes, no, that is the one bug with the experimental branch that's annoying, but it's far from game breaking, right? Like when people ask, it's like, have you gotten any game breaking bugs in this version? It's like, no, not at all. But there is, yes, there is that very annoying. You go to type things and it's like, well, keybinds getting reset is just normal Dwarf update. Like that's just going to happen. Like if I were you, always back up your hotkeys. Always just back up your game settings, which you can do via the game files. Oh, we got a pigtail shirt. Yesterday was a toga, today is a shirt. Kivish the Craftsdwarf has created Estol Etkum Gulvulsodel, a bulky pigtail shirt, and offers it to the armored boots. Now I wonder if this has a sprite, because I've noticed some other sprites appearing that I haven't recognized. Nope, this one doesn't have a sprite set. This is worth almost nothing. This is a bulky pigtail shirt. All Craftsdwarf is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round claystone cabochons and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of beak dog bone. It is made from pigtail cloth. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail and one humped camel, and on the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laughing. The artwork relates to a performance of the meandering mother held by the tufted urns in portal locks as part of the Festival of Goals in the midsummer of 192 during the 57th musical performance of the Festival of Goals. We barely started. Ashlyn, barely started. But yeah, I'm right there with you on the issue with the experimental branch and the hotkeys thing. It's very annoying. But as far as issues with the experimental branch goes, I think that's pretty minor. Huh. I don't really want to set up a minecart for this because, like, sandbags and minecart is... But I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. What I could do is I could do this. So you right here. Let's see if I can get these floor grates down onto this. Yes, now we can. Need these to be done. We're going to place those floor grates there so that they can still collect sand through them. I'm going to make a little stockpile here. This little stockpile is going to be for sand bags. Apparently you can make coins out of sand. That makes no sense. Sandbags. Should be what we need. Sand dollars? That's not really a coin, but okay. Like within somebody's names? I don't think so. It's pocket lint money. There you go. He asked about it on Reddit, and Putnam said that it was supposed to be fixed, so I assume it should be fixed soon. Usually what that means, if Putnam says that something is supposed to be fixed, it means that Putnam has fixed it and sent it to Tarn to push into the main build, and he hasn't yet. In my experience, it's usually what that means. Like, I've asked Putnam about things before, and she's like, oh, I fixed that last week. I guess it's not in the game yet. So, like, Putnam is operating on like a level of like being ahead of everybody else when it comes to stuff that like, yeah, it just kind of makes sense. If dwarves get drowsy when hauling rocks, do they get tired? Yes, you should give them a vacation. Very much so. Like, if you have stressed out dwarves and you can't figure out why, it's probably because they need a break. In fact, it's almost always why. I'm just going to let this fill up here, so we're going to grab this little lever right here, and we're going to give her a pull. Because I'm going to be connecting to over here. Because this is going to be my sand industry. We're going to be connecting right there. I'm going to start building all of this over here into little lava flows. That would be bad, because that's right above it. Okay, that's fine. There they go. They're doing their digging. You're stressed and drowsy? Yeah, no, if dwarves are drowsy and tired, yes, they need a break. You should definitely let them have dining halls around so that they can stop hauling in between things and, you know, do other stuff. All right, they're getting those grates installed. Like a mini tavern? It's the dwarven R&R space. Every dwarf needs rest and relaxation. So give them their rest and relaxation station. Seems perfectly legitimate to me. I don't know. But yeah, no, I mean, this fort has like this is a dining hall right here, right? So if they're like tired of like running around, they can go grab drinks here theoretically. Although we're running low on drinks, so all these are showing up empty. So I'm gonna brew a bunch. Exactly, Boozehammer. Boozehammer understands. They do unassign rooms while going on missions, yes. I don't know if they're supposed to, but they do. I actually couldn't tell you if they're supposed to or not. But I do know that they do. Okay, so we're gonna need a couple of crossings here. Don't know what material they're gonna use for that. We're gonna use schist. At least for this side. Depends on if I run out, which we shouldn't. Seems to be like a good amount, although I would like to have some variance in color in here. Let's get that work done. Who's the angry dwarf? I think it's one of my ex-soldiers. Yeah, this dwarf. So this dwarf has actually been told to seize Seared Witch, and they've just left prison. This dwarf tantrumed and got thrown in prison, and they're in a squad by themselves, and they've been told to go seize a goblin location that I think has maybe like 5 or 6 goblins left in it. So we'll see if she can do it successfully. Their name is Dead Dan, somebody after chat. But they have been a problematically stressed out dwarf for a while. Who is, like I said, going to be sent off to go capture some faraway location. And if they can do it successfully, well, they can rule it. Otherwise, well. I'd probably say Dwarven beer, because I'm not much of a wine drinker. UGDPY, you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your name, or how to say that. But thank you very much for the Tier 1 subscription, the brand new sub. Check, can I get a round of beers for the brand new sub? Good to have you. Another person's been missing for a week. Okay, so either people are randomly getting torched outside, which is absolutely possible, by the way, because, like, there is a weird pickaxe here, and another pickaxe down there. So either people are randomly getting torched outside, which might be happening. I'm not throwing that away as a possibility. I am just, like, there's an anvil out here for some reason. So either people are just randomly getting torched because I kind of have a leak in my lava reservoir. It's fine. So either people are dying because I have a leak in my lava reservoir, or people are just disappearing. And either way, I don't feel great about this. But I have had some mysterious disappearances recently. Mysterious disappearances are strange. I'm gonna find out that, like, 2/3 of my fort is covered in lava at some point, aren't I? But yeah, I would probably try dwarven beer. Considering one of them was found completely drained of blood, and from what I can tell, the only vampire in my fort is actually just straight up locked in my walls, so shouldn't be able to get out. I love the color of Cinnabar. Have I sealed the cracks? Into what? Yeah, that vampire does have 0 kill, but they can't get out. Oh yeah, of course the vampire. Dude, the vampire wall is completely sealed. What the heck? They're literally right here. They're like in a box. There's no way for them to get out. Trust me. There is no way for them to get out. Like, trust me. That vampire ain't going nowhere. Yeah, literally drawing trapdoors to escape, which admittedly is the symbol of our civilization. It's an image of a floor hatch, which is really funny because, like, this, we told him to do a bunch of art, and he's like, all right, drew a bunch of doors on the floor saying, let me out! Do not have mist powers. I don't know what that means. So definitely not. No, because I want to keep the vampire alive. Because the vampire is more valuable than sending it to have fun with Forgotten Beasts. Well, I've never encountered that kind of lore for vampires. In Dwarf Fortress, vampires are basically just like, they never get fatigued, and they never, like, get tired, so they can just fight forever, making them quite formidable fighters. But that's about it. They also have to, you know, eat people. But here's the kicker. Ranger Rick. Once they're a vampire, they can't earn any more skills to my knowledge. So make sure that you train them up to legendary before you make them into vampires. No, I don't use vampire lever pullers. I've had this weird problem of vampire lever pullers like getting too depressed to pull the lever. Are goblins people? Yes. What? They're all sentient creatures, so by that logic, yes, they're people. So are elves. So are humans. I mean, you can disagree, but they're asking this is a matter of opinion, right? So you can't say that, no, you're wrong, because this is a matter of opinion. My opinion in my headcanon is right. All life has value. Except for mosquitoes. Fuck them. Man, this is hysterical. This is an email I got from the company Stream Loots, which some of you may have encountered before. A guide to reaching Twitch partner. We'll tell you all the secrets, winky face. How to become a Twitch partner. Reaching Twitch partner status is a significant milestone for any aspiring streamer. It unlocks a plethora of opportunities. Not really. Including monetization options. Not really. Access to more features and increased visibility. I mean, that's true. And we've created a blog post telling you all the secrets. Click the button now. Yeah, but if they topple a statue, it's a 60-40 chance that they'll become a were creature instead of a vampire. So it's not quite that easy. Because they might also just become, you know, something else. They might become, I don't know, a were toad. Or a were, something else. I just think it's hysterical that they're sending me how to become a Twitch partner. Bruh, I've been a Twitch partner for almost 5 years. Like, why are you sending me this email? Wait, what did Discord do semi-coherently? Just tuned in, you were reading Twitch partner stuff in the same voice to you. Oh, did I really do that voice? I guess so. Yeah, almost 5 years. It's 2018. Audio. Yep. Isn't that fucking wild? Ooh. A force that is dark and vile has arrived. Is it an actual big one, or is it a small one? It's a small one. I disappoint. All right, well, this one can just get smacked. Actually, no, we'll just tell him to go stand here. Oh, hell yeah. So wait, you got your current job the same year I got partnered, Audio? Oh, it's very vile. And they're definitely a force of darkness. I also have no idea where they're headed right now. I do not know where they're going. You got that job right out of uni? Yeah, I guess then that timeline checks out then. You were taken over by were skinks? Skinks are adorable. Were they blue-tongued skinks or just skinks? You started in June? Yeah. Real-life skinks are one of my favorite lizards, which is why I ask. They're such derpy little fucks. Goblins live in a big hole. Like, legit, they just dig a really deep hole, and they live in it. And then, like, there's tunnels around the edges of the hole. I really need to clean up this lava flow because it's sketchy as heck. Well, they're fighting. Not really much worth reading, but... Raging Cave. You already have 2 dwarves in this fort, so who are you giving that dwarf to? The spear dwarf stabs the crossbowman in the head with her steel spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Did you say anything? Also bashed a goblin crossbowman in the left arm with her steel hammer, jamming the bone through the left elbow's muscle and shattering the bone. You know, they did that before chopping the head off. They should have just chopped the head off and like put that poor goblin out of their misery sooner. Van Ori, apparently was stabbing a camel, stabs the goblin crossbowman in the upper body with her steel spear, tearing the muscle and shattering the left false ribs and tearing the right lung through the copper breastplate. Audio coaster. All right, what kind of dwarf am I giving to audio? Yeah, that's pretty brutal little fight, but pretty quick little fight. The extra one that has your name. Gotcha. Okay. I like this trend. Which one would you rather give to audio? The Thresher or the Stone Carver? The one with the space? Okay, the Thresher, duh. Audio coaster. Audio coaster never becomes angry, is impervious to the effects of stress, and is impolite and inconsiderate of property. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. He often feels lustful and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and often is nervous, is quite ambitious, and tries to keep things orderly, is very humble, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He is conflicted by this, as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He tends to be passive in discussions and starts to drone when he's exasperated, and laughs in a unique way when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Finds sacrifice to be the highest ideals and feels strongly values tranquility and quiet and values loyalty and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes horn silver, copper, and red tourmaline and walnut wood, and the clear glass and wolverine bone, and giant pond turtle shell and llama wolf and the color ecru and boots and high boots and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume kangaroo cheese and mango wine, and absolutely hates snails. There we go. Welcome to the fort, audio. Also, for anybody who's never seen a real-life blue-tongued skink, these are my favorite little dinosaurs. They're literally my favorite little dinosaurs. They're like the king of mlem. They mlem all the time. They're always mlemming. They're adorable. I would love one of these. Like, look at them. It's like a snake that tried to grow legs. Skank and skink are very different things, Akimbo. Very different things. Especially when they both have blue tongues. I'm literally Googling Tina Turner right now going, did Tina Turner die? Not according to Wikipedia. Oh, wait, hold. Wait, no, you are right. It just wasn't updated in Google Image or in Google Search yet. Huh? When did that happen? Because apparently it was today. Wow. Wild. Yeah, as of 11 minutes ago, news broke. Huh. Well, rest in peace, Tina Turner. When people just like randomly say "rip celebrity's name" in my chat, I always just go Google it because it's like I don't know, like did they get canceled or did something actually happen? Okay, so we are filling up bags with sand, or we have some sandbags apparently. Let's jump over here and go to tasks and just mass unforbid. Because there's going to be a lot of things being forbidden, I think. Maybe not a lot, but some. The original voice actor of Crash Bandicoot died last week. Really? I wonder if the original voice actor of Crash Bandicoot was in anything I know. Corn Knob! Thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Welcome back. Those Prime subs really do add up, so thank you very much. A black bear came into your place and drank your blackberry wine. What? Mogwai, can I screenshot that and tweet it out and just say, no context, Dwarf Fortress chat? A bear came into my fort and drank my wine. Ah. Because that's very funny. You got a weird drunk goat notification? I mean, like, if an animal is chugging your alcohol, you do get a specific notification for that, yeah. That's very funny. I mean, bears love blackberries, so. Now that's a name I don't recognize off the top of my head, Mr. Taphook. Make more blackberry wine, also cage traps, and you can totally domesticate a bear that likes your wine. This is true. Yes, you can totally tame that bear. Just place some cage traps around it to try and catch the next one. I mean, it's just like me with these constant camels wandering through my fort. Totally could. They'll come back. Bears are coming. That or place some of that blackberry wine outside. And just make sure that they're in a spot where, you know, the bears can get to it. And then put traps around it. Or, like, make little nooks out of something. And then build a little trap in it so that they are siphoned into your traps. Yeah, I could probably just make all this into Allanite. I was gonna make it into walls, but it's off of stuff you don't have. I can assure you, you have stuff you're not aware of. Dwarf Fortress tends to do that. You won't know where it came from, but somehow there will always be one barrel full of mosquito blood or mosquito ichor in your tavern, and you'll have no idea how it got there, who put it there, where you got it from, or when it arrived, but somehow it got there. It's something I've learned over the years of playing Dwarf Fortress, that there will always just be stuff in your fort that you didn't put there and you don't know how it got there. It's just kind of part of the game. Blackberry and black bear themed items. It's usually from merchants, yes. Been 2 years of caravans, you don't know all this wine is at the edge of where you can see it. Shrugs. Well, I mean, it's certainly something you don't have anymore if somebody just drank it all. All right, so let's get some workshops starting. I'm going to go down to workshops, and we're going to go to furnaces, and we're going to go magma glass furnace. We're going to make these out of allanite because obviously they should be pink. I've not seen the elephant calf sprites, no. I actually haven't seen an elephant since that patch came out, so. Although, the thing that I kind of should probably try and get on this fort is baby beak dogs, because I haven't seen those either. I'm assuming they exist. I literally... What's your storing item in barrel? Ah, got him. Ha! We can get baby beak dogs now. I was literally just like, I need to pay attention to when they lay eggs and then forbid them. Like this one. Rhino calves are adorable too. I want to see what baby beak dogs look like. Sure, screenshot them. Why not? I mean, I could just go dig through the game files and have a look, but screenshotting them is more than enough. That'll do. Save everybody some time. All right, let's start collecting sand. Let's just do 25 bags of sand and add condition. I don't want you just filling all of my bags with sand. I think I'll just do them periodically. Cool. Caravan has arrived, which means it's time to trade. Because I've got lots of stuff I gotta sell that didn't make it into the last caravan because they got spooked by some ostrich or something. Or something else, who knows what. There we go. Run through it. So we got that open. And I need to check something. Did I not send you... to go capture and occupy a location? I thought I did. Huh. Guess not. All right, you. Ease of tongues. Conquer and occupy. Good luck, Attis. Go do that, please. Really curious as to what angle they're gonna come in here. This is what you're being gaslit by your own. I mean, honestly, it's just it's a opportunity to help you learn how to be a better teacher. Is the best way I would put it. It's a learning opportunity, right? They move past my beak dogs. Over here. Pop up. And go up to there. Easy peasy. Excel integration? I mean, you can kind of do that already with the XML export stuff for Legends. It's not official XML, or it's not official Excel integration, but like, I'm sure somebody could write a script to make that happen. Yeah, usually if students are fucking up on their quizzes, it's a teaching issue. More so than a student issue. But yeah, I probably wouldn't use it if it had real-time Excel integration, because I don't enjoy that. I don't enjoy using Excel. Also, does anybody actually use Excel here? Like, does anybody here watching this stream currently have an actual Excel installation and not like either one of the open source alternatives or like Google Docs? Because for me, I use a open source alternative and I use Google Docs. I don't use Excel. I don't think I've ever actually used Excel for anything. You have to use it? You have an Office 365 subscription from your uni? I've never even used Office 365. Only because it was free. Fair enough. I mean, like, if you get it for free through your work, you might as well use it at home, too. Basically, use Excel every day for work. Open Office on yours. See, I've used Open Office before, but I've never used actual Excel. What's funny is I showed my dad this website. And now he uses Open Office too. This is a very good website, by the way. Very good website. Very, 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 very good website. Just saying. For grades, man. I mean, for grades, it makes a lot of sense. PowerPoint? Not for its intended use? Yeah, I can tell you for a fact the last time I used PowerPoint was not for its intended purpose. Last time I used PowerPoint was part of helping organize an anime panel that my ex was running. Let's bring traders up. Attis was successful, chat. That tantruming dwarf that murdered several dwarves here, as you can see, the mad dwarf is now gone. They successfully conquered the pits. Well done, dwarf. Well done. You successfully conquered the pits of menaced soul and is now called the admired chamber of the tufted urns. And Attis, our dwarf, lives there now. So, you know, that's funny. It's like, you caused too many problems in my fort, so go conquer somebody else. And they did it successfully. That's funny. Attis was pissed, dude. The dwarf had like 3 dead dwarves on their hands. It's like, all right, well, we will send you off. Go fight. Let's see how the reports went. All right, so sees It was Menaced Soul that they did successfully. So this was a raise, which we did. This was a seize. This seize. Okay. The Tufted Urns attacked the Curse of Images at the Reclusive Ghoul. Attis, the Glad Goals of Shielding, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Passel Stream Passage in the early autumn of 301. The Goblin Passel Stream Passage tactical planning was superior to Attis, the Glad Goals of Shielding. The defenders had a strong positional advantage. The Goblin was struck down by Attis, so there was one Goblin there. And the Armored Boots defeated the Curse of Images. So there was one Goblin defending. His tactical planning was superior. He had a strong positional advantage. He had the high ground, obviously. And then Attis just killed him. And we took over Menace Soul, and the suburban was called the Admired Chamber. Cool. Hopefully that doesn't do that too many more times. They're today apparently is the day that they are going through and getting all of the fire alarms. So last week on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? I think it was last week on Tuesday. Was fire alarm testing day. Once a year, the fire department comes through the building and tests the fire alarm in every single unit of my apartment. Last week, they ran it through, and today they're going back and getting all the ones that they missed. So, no, I don't need to evac. And even if I did, I would just stick my head out the window and be like, is there visible fire? If no, I would just keep streaming. Gonna be a good stream. I mean, it'll only go off while they're doing the units in my hallway. And this is a 5-story building, so. Attis Bander handled the take the administrator. Yeah, so Attis has become the administrator of the Admired Chamber. Attis the Angry. I will try and hit the mute button when it turns on. My apologies. But it's not like I have much warning, really. It's real loud here. Yeah, no, that's definitely the most good job, Dwarf. Now go away and never come. Now go away and never come back kind of feeling. Still apologizing on behalf of my building. Right, where my trader at? Honestly, go away and never come back is one of my favorite lines from Lord of the Rings. But a boat jumping from a man instead of the other way around. Well, these poor kids. That's all I really have to say is those poor kids, man. You know, I don't understand why people are still burned by space-based DF9. Just let it die. And if you want a game that's kind of like space-based DF9 and does most of the same things mechanically but is actually a finished game, play the Spatials. Except, like, I can never remember how to spell the Spatials. This game. If you're like, yo, man, because I don't know if Saber's in the chat anymore, but Saber was the one that was talking about space-based DF9 and posted it on the Discord, as I just noticed. But, like, the Spatials? Cool little game. Like, truly, it's a cool little game. Right, so let's take a look at this. Damn, they brought a lot of different types of metal. I'll just buy all those. Books. Bunch of copies of scrolls. We'll see you later, Nuzzle. Thanks for hanging out. Really don't need anything, so just buy the books and then we'll trade. Like, just take all my used crap. I'm selling it to you because I don't want it. It's always a little interesting when you see this thing. Uneasy upon experiencing trauma and mulling over this reoccurring memory changed his personal tendencies. Spring 2980 was accepting, seeing Suxel Oilfold's dead body and learned to value perseverance. Became more prone to stress after becoming uneasy after experiencing trauma, though. Hopefully that ceases. I feel like you need to talk to more teachers, Tygo. Because, like, there's a lot of teachers in my family. Like, my aunt and uncle on my mom's side are both, like, elementary school teachers, and I hear them talk about all these sorts of things. I feel like you just need to be talking with more teachers. Like, I can go, man, kids are dumb, and kind of laugh along with you. But in reality, no, kids are extremely smart. They just need to be put in the right conditions to actually learn shit. So, all of that talk that you have there about how, oh, like they're so dumb for this reason, or they fucked up this. It's like, no, the teacher fucked up. What can you do better to improve the way that you're teaching? Obviously, like, you're not a trained teacher, and, like, you know, we've been over this, right? But, like, and it's a shitty world situation for you to be a teacher in anyway, so probably everybody's distracted. But this is a problem that you have to solve, that I can't help you with. And just venting about, you're talking that they don't give a fuck? That's kind of the same thing, though. Like, they don't give a fuck because you haven't given them a reason to give a fuck. Right? Anyway, yeah, I did make a mist generator. This is my mist generator. It's for this hallway here and this hallway here. And then also this hallway here. So, I don't know. Seeing you vent about these just kind of makes me sad and just makes me go like, well, you need to do better. It sucks. Yeah, and that, you know what that is? That's a systemic problem with the teachers in your school. Like, that still, it's not the fault of the students. Like, anyway. Like, every time you talk about, like, the people you work with and the people that you're working with, it's like, yes, your country is at war. That sucks. You need to fire all of your teachers and get better teachers, because that seems awful. Like, everything about that just seems fucked, and it's not the fault of the students. And it never will be. You can't blame the students for bad teaching. But, whatever. It's the teacher's responsibility to engage their It's the teacher's responsibility to engage with their students and teach their students. And if the head teacher is saying some of the kids are just assholes, that person needs to be removed from their job. Like, I don't care how dire the situation is. Thank you, Goat. Means a lot. But yeah, man, that shit just sounds so sad. I don't envy the position that you're in, though. Well, it's just like the best way to get kids super excited about, like, space and astrophysics is give them Kerbal Space Program. If there's an asshole, they're an asshole. If everyone's an asshole, you're the asshole. Yeah, pretty much. If everyone's mean to you, then you're probably mostly the problem. Says the guy who thinks everyone's mean to him. Well, I guess I need to do some self-examining. Anyway, where was the thing that I was working on? It's down here. It's getting there. I can probably flood lava into here, but I'd rather get this obsidian out of here. Let's just flood lava in. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not here to write curriculum for Taigo. I just... It seems like a fucked up job to be forced into. That probably has bad practices. It just seems like a fucked up situation for everybody. Feel bad for the students, I feel kind of bad for the teachers, and I feel bad for everybody else. So I looked at chat, and then I looked back, and I see Baron de Bus is on fire. I'm not sure where you stood that caught you on fire. But, you're literally on fire. Did they go in the channel below the furnace? Man, I should have been paying attention. I was literally reading chat after I designated it. That's my bad. Jeez. Well, aside from that dwarf being really hot right now, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to bear on the bus's dwarf. We'll definitely get that dwarf memorialized. Certainly. We'll have to bring out your dead. Or, I mean, we don't need to. They're already there. Dwarves burn out pretty quickly. But, I mean, like, theoretically, if you, like, immediately had a bucket of water already ready to go, yes, it will put out burning dwarves. And fun fact, the point at which muscles and skin burst into flames in Dwarf Fortress is a lower or a higher temperature than fat boiling. So if you have a really fat dwarf and you set them on fire and then immediately douse them in water, they will become a very skinny dwarf and will become super strong. Did 2 steps beside the channel and then stepped into it. Interesting. It's called liquidizing fat therapy. Simply remove fat by turning it into a liquid. It all just drains out of your pores. It's very unhealthy. Also quite disturbing. Not in real life, Spike. But in Dwarf Fort, lots of dumb things makes you stronger. You know, like getting rained on might make you stronger. It may also turn you into a nervous wreck, so... I don't know if it made them fireproof back in the day, but it certainly made them significantly stronger. Yeah, no, I agree with Casualty. This entire conversation would, like, give my mom, like, a mental breakdown, because she's, like, a teacher of very little kids. She teaches, it's like 3 to 5-year-olds. and is like quite well known for how good she is, to the point where like she tutors some pretty wealthy kids. But no, it's kids are smart. It's usually the method that's the problem.
Hey Blind, hey chat.
Hey Joe, thanks for the 6 months. Welcome back. Check, and I get a couple beers for Joe popping back for the 6th month. Thank you very much for, you know, helping keep that sub count up, you know? Things have slowed down a lot post Steam release, and it's nice to still have a crew of people here. But I can play video games and have people watch. I don't think there is oil you can cover dwarves in. Also, I don't think oil operates the way you think it does in Dwarf Work. Hello, Bobtron. How's things? Baron DeBus has been missing for the week. Well, I know why. Caught fire. Speaking of, we're gonna fly up to here. You need to go on a small adventure to the shop. That's always the best kind of adventure, especially when you come back with fun things. All right, let's collect sand. I think we are. We are, in fact, collecting sand. All right, let's put that up to 250. 250. Last disc. Man, that's unfortunate, Tygo. I'm gonna go from all the way over here. I mean, I guess we could just go around this. That's fine. Okay, so instead of popping up through there, I'm going to remove this. I'm gonna go here. We're gonna have to, this is gonna get canceled a whole bunch, but that's okay. No, that's good. I'm glad that at least somebody is benefiting. Also, I'm not a scientist nor a teacher, but 17% attendance seems kind of problematically low. Raptor, thanks for checking out a gift sub. Paying for that sub from Van Ori to Subject 299. It's like you just gifted a sub to an SCP. But thank you. Gotta pay it forward. Cheers. Means a lot. Really does. Helping keep this weird show funded, you know? Couple subs in a time. When your daughter was in kindergarten, she needed to go through a speech class, which was required parents' help at least a day in the semester. And while I was going to objects, tips and colors and career, the teacher asked me if I was a teacher, and you said no. I think some people are just naturally better at it than others. Keeps you weirdly concentrated for some reason. I mean, I started streaming largely because I liked listening to streams while I was doing other things, right? So it's like if, you know, I don't know how common this is among streamers, but it's just like I started streaming because I liked listening to streams, and I decided to make streams of a type that I like listening to. This is going to cancel pretty soon. So I'm making a minecart route to transport sand up here, is what we're doing. I'm not sure how efficient this will be, though.
Appreciated the talk about teachers.
Thanks
Crypt
for the
line.
$10. Jazz. Cheers, dude. Why would someone use gems to make mugs? Wouldn't it be better to encrust mugs instead? Wait, you can use gems to make mugs? I didn't know that. Like, genuinely, I didn't know that. And prepare carefully, you can get gem mugs. Is that a vanilla thing? Huh. That doesn't seem intended. I mean, rock crystal isn't gems, though. Rock crystal is kind of its own weird qualifier. I mean, I know you can get, like, artifact gem mugs, but that's kind of a different thing. Also, Jazz, thanks for the first bits of the day, by the way. But, I had no idea. Can you make gem mugs? I don't know. So you can make rock mug, only rock mugs. But if it's a rock type, well, I guess like technically, you could take like metal ore and make those into mugs. But outside of artifacts, I don't think you can just make gem mugs. Like it would have to be an artifact. Yeah, but these are artifacts, not like just queuing up crafted mugs. You tried to set a clay, it needs to be sand. If it's clay loam, that's not sand. And if it's sandy clay, that's also not sand. It just has to be sand. So like this is black sand. Sand. They're collecting this black sand. They put it in bags. And we are making large green glass discs. Someone doesn't want to and just turns it into a vicious cycle. Yeah. It's just a hard subject for me to talk about because it's not something I have any experience in. In fact, it's something that like I actively avoid. Like I'm pretty open about the fact that I am terrified of children for a variety of reasons. Like I am like actually just straight up terrified of kids. And the concept of having to be a school teacher just sounds like being suddenly forced into actual hell for me. Like there is no part of me at any point that has any interest in being a school teacher. Gremlins at least are entertaining. I don't think that the type of teaching being discussed in chat is online. Pretty sure it's all in person, but... So I've built this like this, so if I want to power it, I can. But I don't think I'm going to. Also, apprenticeships still exist for certain skills, specifically trades. So it's not that we can't go back to apprenticeships. It's like some places are already are still there. Okay, so you are doing stuff online. Okay, I thought you were doing stuff in person. No, I can believe that. I still stand by my original statements, though, of like, it sounds like there's just a serious problem with some of these teachers if they're openly calling their students assholes. Going with Zach and Tarn about why they decided to make wooden trap components not a thing in the actual game, but you can buy them on custom embark. Wooden trap components? You mean mechanisms? Or do you mean like menacing wooden spikes? What do you mean by wooden trap components? Because yeah, you can't make wooden mechanisms. But like a lot of these things that you guys are talking about, like being able to select on embark, I've never even heard of. So I'm wondering now if these are just like weird anomalies in this version of the game that are still in due to like redoing all of the indexing of the items. Okay, well, hold on a second. Wooden spike. You can make wooden spikes. Can you make wooden balls? Yep, spiked wooden balls. See, there you go. You can also make wooden ballista arrows. Yeah, you can't make serrated wooden discs. I mean, the giant blades are all human things, I think. I don't know. See, here's the thing. You don't need them, is what I'll actually say. You do not need to be able to make wooden discs. But, yeah, I've never heard of that before. I didn't know those were even in the game. So, my assumption is that is not intended. It's not a matter of did they decide to make it? I think that's probably just not intended. Like, I have a feeling if you were to ask Zach and Tarn about that, they'd be like, you're just pushing it for humor's sake? Okay, I'm missing the humor bit of it. But, yeah, my assumption would be that I need to sneeze again. Fuck me. Hold up. Nope, my body's just lying to me. Don't actually need to sneeze. Now I'm gonna sneeze in about half a second, right? Just watch it. Anyway, like there's a lot of things that people are just like all accusatory of Zach and Tarn with, where they're just like, why does this work but this doesn't? It's like, well, I don't think that's technically supposed to work, and so I can't tell if you're being accusatory or humorous. I didn't actually sneeze, so We're good currently. Sandbag. Those are under finished goods. Yep. You know what's funny? That doesn't affect me at all. The whole, if you look at a bright light, you'll sneeze. That's not how my body works. I don't know whose body works like that, but not mine. I'll leave one of them not doing it this way. No, absolutely not. Why would anybody look directly at the sun? That's just silly. You know what I think it is? So, my eyes are fucked up, right? And most of you guys don't know all of the weird eccentricities with my eyes. One of the weird eccentricities with my eyes is okay, there we go. One of the weird issues with my eyes, my pupils don't dilate. At all. So it doesn't matter if I look at the sun. And also, even more reason for me to not look at the sun. Because this eye's pupil doesn't dilate at all. And this eye's pupil sort of dilates. Nailed it, pocket glass. All right. Zethis Agaseth was seen being stolen. Bahumst! Einon, the boyer. Dang it, Einon. Yeah, I mean, you're only 3 hours and 9 minutes and 8 seconds away from being first. But, you know, you were close. Celestars, you are in fact dead, yes. Also, hello, Celestars. For a second there, I thought we had 48, 48, and 48 of the happiest three, and I'm now kind of sad that it's not 48, 48, 48. Oh, well. Making a little minecart to transport sandbags is what we doing. We're making large serrated green glass discs. Raybrit, your dwarf is alive. I mean, I was gonna say it's not anymore. It's usually open these days. Like, I feel like it's a sign that my stream is, like, becoming much smaller again. But, like, every time I turn my stream on now, it's like, yeah, no, there will be easily 2 hours between Dwarf Redemptions now. Which is why I just turned the 2 into 1. But, Korab, do you not have a dwarf? Yeah, you did. Unless, like, you just died, like, right after you got your dwarf, which is possible. Yeah, it must have died. What kind of dwarf would you like? So I've definitely had that happen. I don't know how to fix it, Macklin. I usually just build over top of them. Like the weird no space tiles that like shouldn't exist that don't. There's a few things that can cause them. Mining out a waterfall will do it. Caving in a wall on a glacier will do it. It kind of creates a hole in the space-time continuum. I just build over top of them usually. Because dwarves can usually just treat them as floor and they can walk across them. They usually just build on top of them. Soldier again, please. Hammer squad. I don't think do I have any hammers? I might. Hold on. I think most of my dwarves are using spears, so I'm not entirely sure I have a hammer squad, but... I have one mace dwarf. I have a mace lord. I have 1, 2, 3 hammer dwarves, but none of them have beards. So if you're picky on beards, hammers aren't a go. Otherwise, I can give you a mace dwarf if you'd like. What would you prefer? Mostly for aesthetics' sake. Yeah, build over top of them. That fixes them on my end anyway. Mace Lord? Okay. Just a dwarf running around with a can of mace. Grumble. There we go. "68 years old, almost nice, not quite though. A skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Has 5 notable kills and 3 other kills. Is currently going to go train. He doesn't handle stress well after experiencing trauma in the year 300. Well, that's good. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and has an active imagination. He has a calm demeanor and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. There's a GeForce Game Ready driver available. Well, hopefully you don't auto shut my computer down. That would be awkward. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and talks to inanimate objects when there's a lull in the conversation. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And likes selenite, iron, wood opal, desert tortoise shell, bracelets and rabbits for their ears, and the sound of the lace of adoring, and the sight of the gloss of smiling, and when possible prefers to consume soul, pickleberries, and single grain wheat beer, and sunberry seeds, and absolutely hates worms. He is muscular. His hair is somewhat greasy. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is braided. His round, sunken gold eyes are very wide set. He has an angular chin, and he has a scratchy voice, and his head is somewhat narrow. His hair is chestnut, and his skin is burnt umber, and he has no friends and no family, and still thinks a soldier's beautiful, and generally uneasy upon experiencing trauma. Sole, S-O-L-E, it's a type of fish. Consume the souls. Well, we're certainly not talking about Soul, the anime character, so. Handful of spots need to be removed or finished. We're just going to call this and bet. Sandbags. We're going to sandbag this minecart route. Add a stop. Load from there. Load sand. Well, why don't we actually just say load finished goods? Never mind, load furniture, because sandbags are furniture, chat. So we'll load whatever furniture is in this one, which is sandbags. And it will be pushed down, down, down. Regardless of how much is in there. Every 5 days. Do every 5 days and every 10 days. And then you. Well, we need to wait for these to be done. Do you think it's because they're spending all their time on cell phones and not computers, Tycho? Why the hate for bins? I don't hate bins. I just don't really use them that much. There's no hate for them. I just don't think they're that useful. But I do think that, like, because, you know, when I was a little kid, Tycho, I was ripping apart computers and, like, building old computers out of old Franken computers and dumpster diving for parts and trying to buy new computers. It's kind of like, you know, my dad complaining that kids my age don't know anything about how an engine works. You know, it's like we're kind of at a point now where people my age no longer know how to repair a car engine. Right? Like, if you told me, Greg, we're going to go, I don't know, do some maintenance on this gas vehicle, I wouldn't be able to do that. Like, just straight up would not be able to do it because I wouldn't know where to start. All right, so we're going to add a new stop to sandbags, which is going to be up to here. And it's just going to be glide this way when empty. It's going to go up there, it's going to dump them out, and then it's going to glide back down. Now I just need to put a minecart on it. Gotta fix the carburetor? I wouldn't know where to even start. I'd be sitting there on my phone Googling how to do it. Just Google how to fix car. Totally. No, like, I could figure it out, but it would be a process, and I wouldn't do a good job, and I'd probably be bad at it the first time, you know? For the same way that, like, Tygo's commenting that kids are bad at using computers. It's like, well, it's because I don't think they're using computers. It's like, if you're using something all the time and you're used to using something, it gets pretty easy to use. But if you're not used to using something and you don't use something and you don't know how to use something, it gets a lot harder. If that makes any sense, which I think it does. I'm also not even talking about modern engines. I was using that as an example. It'll be less new than your current one. Yeah, well. I will just continue to complain about vehicles because I missed out on a date relatively recently because I couldn't pick somebody up, so. You'd be surprised you've got some friends that use computers and game avidly but don't know how to turn it on. But don't know how to turn it. You push the button. There's a button in the front. Although I had to teach my ex's mom how to turn her new laptop on. She couldn't find the on-off button. I just walked up to it, looked at it for a second. I was like, where the fuck is the on-off button? And then it was down on the bottom side. Sorry. Pouring coffee. At least the fire alarm stopped, eh? Oh, no, absolutely. We are a minority of people playing video games. People playing games on computers. Everybody's on phones or on consoles. Nice acoustics. Yeah, totally. Hi, back. I'm blind. You wanted to buy one beer, and now after looking at the prices, you decided that you do not want a beer? I'm curious. How much is a beer where you're at? I can do conversions, too, if I need to. I'm curious how expensive it is in comparison to the beer that I buy. You don't own a smartphone nor a console? I'm so jealous. $8? Like American? For like a can? So that's like $2.27 Canadian. So a single can, like I could buy it. I could go down to the liquor store right now and go buy a decent tall can of beer by itself, like just a single tall can of beer for about $2.30. So that's like almost identical to Canadian prices, which, considering you're in Poland, seems expensive. Yeah, the pub I go to when I go to it is $6.50 for a pint on happy hour and $8 the rest of the time. You earn so much less. Yeah, no, like your dollar value is like your hourly wages are way lower than what we have over here in comparison. Now you want to go grab a beer? I would, but it's 12:45 and I need that for gardening tonight. I got lots more weeds to pull out of the garden tonight. It can cost like 14. You know, the thing that will always amaze me is the last time I went to San Diego and I went to a pub with a friend and we were going to buy beers and then we looked at the price and it was $14 for a pint of beer. Yeah, I could get a pitcher and a half for that here. For like the same level of quality of beer. So somebody's bringing this over. I'm waiting for this minecart to show up, so I can make sure this route works. There you are. Oh yeah, we're getting close. Feckin' extortion. Welcome to California, pretty much. Like, I don't know. Like, I can go to a brewery here and get a pint of beer at the brewery for $4.99. Like, $5.50 after tax, which to me is like a good price for a pint of beer. A couple of months ago, one can of Coors Light was 15 bucks. That's like strip club prices, dude. What the fuck? Like the hell? That's like, I just paid to get into a kind of ritzy club level of prices. That's wild. $15 for Coors Light. I think like the most I spent on shitty beer was at a club that a friend of mine wanted to go to for his birthday. It was a strip club that a friend of mine wanted to go to for his birthday, and I paid $11 for a bottle of Dos Equis. Is like the most I've spent on shit beer. Yes, Dos Equis is shit beer. Also, apparently, sandbags make minecarts go invisible. Cool. Good to know. Bell Center is a really sad strip. There's a strip club here that's got a $20 cover and free beer? Wow. I would go just for the free beer if they had decent beer. Do you have to be tipping, though, to get free beer, or do they just bring you beer? Because if this is like casino rules where they just bring you beer, $20 cover and free beer is like, that's the deer. That's the deal right there. That's the racket. You just sit at the back and hide. Yeah, I mean, tip $5, but like, come on. Throw a few dollars on the table occasionally and tip your server, but at the same time, like, geez. Free beer is free beer. You don't care if it's gross. The last time I drank truly disgusting beer was in Boston. And by truly disgusting, I mean Bud Light. Was in Boston at PAX East. And we went to this bar, and a friend of mine just went up to the front counter and gave them a $100 bill and just said keep them coming because they had $1 Bud Light. And the entire table filled up with beer. Any light beer, shit beer? That's not true. I have a light beer in my fridge that's pretty great, but it's made by a local kind of macro brewery, so not a small brewery, but definitely a local brewery. You can get good light beer. Silver Shadow, how are you doing? Need to like start checking in with my dwarves and keeping an eye on their clothing. Starting to see like used trousers and stuff. You're a skilled weaponsmith. Collecting sand, relieved being near a waterfall. Good, good, good. How about you, pump operator? Cracks easily under pressure. Dreams of mastering a skill. Has no kills. Well, if you crack easily under pressure and you isn't particularly ambitious, is slow to anger, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Okay, well, I think I need to run this route more frequently. That or like it doesn't consider this to be that full. Sandbags must be, yeah, okay, so it's only 19% full right now. We'll just do it like this. We'll delete the bottom one. Someone's coming to push it. Cost you 30 PLN? Shot of whiskey, I mean, what's the most I've spent on a shot of whiskey? Like 25 bucks? But like that's a good, that's a nice whiskey at that point. But I'm not getting a shot of whiskey, I'm getting it neat. In a nice fancy glass. I mean, I like extraordinarily bitter beer, but for the same reason that I like really sour candy, you know? And it's certainly not for everybody. Yeah, I could see that. A $50 pour at a cigar bar. But like if you're going to a cigar bar, right? You're going to sit down, you're going to smoke a cigar, hopefully with friend or friends, and you're going to loiter for 2 hours. Like, you know. Oh, I've definitely spent like $100 on a bottle of whiskey before. I've absolutely done that. I have a $100 bottle of whiskey in my cupboard right now. Hence why you missed the Thursday streams. That is the bar night. Oh, so you go to the you go to a cigar bar on Thursdays, and you, I mean, hey, it's probably better than hanging out on my streams. Let's be honest. Someone come in to push this goddamn minecart. I just want to make sure that this route works. That's why I'm staring at it. Push track vehicle. Okay, so shark jumping walrus is coming to a push track vehicle. So. Ardbeg 10 years, the most expensive bottles I've ever bought. I mean, it depends on how, like, if you need to transport stuff distance, it can be worth it. All it really does is it lessens the traffic going to and from places and allows you to infinity stack it. And this is going to make the process of making discs way more efficient. But I need stairs going down to that location there. Well, I mean, obviously, someone has to jump the shark. Yeah, no, the minecart's in stealth mode. So putting lava in minecarts makes their image disappear, which is weird. But also, it seems like a few other things can make their image disappear. You're thinking about doing it for a pigtail farm? Not worth it. You only really want to do it for heavy items. That slows dwarves down. So, like, it's worth it for boulders. It's worth it for metal stuff. Stuff that's heavy. But, yeah, unless, like, yeah, I don't know. You could also just get kids to haul it. Got a ghost in the fort. This should go all the way up here. Dump out. Gonna go get this memorial going. The ghostly Umbra. Umbra Eterna. Is haunting the fort. So someone should come push this back down now. It feels like a crime to think about buying gluten-free non-alcoholic beer. I very much agree with that. It's like, if you're gonna drink something that's gluten-free and non-alcoholic, just get soda water. Like, just get something that's designed to be that way. Don't torture yourself. That's just, you're being mean to yourself. We're gonna make 250 large serrated green glass discs. I mean, I wonder what I could be making these for. Speaking of I wonder what I could possibly be making these for, I also may or may not be making a new entryway into this. The question is what direction do I go? Better to do it this way. So what I'm going to do the glass area looks swell. It's not bad considering we threw it together today. I mean, okay, this reminds me of a question I saw on Ask Reddit, right? And the question just simply was, I just ate keto vegan bread. What did I just eat? That's kind of how I feel about gluten-free, alcohol-free beer. It's like, well, I'm sure it's an edible substance that like cures your craving for hunger, but that ain't bread. Call it something else. And I feel that way about that's exactly how I feel about like gluten-free non-alcoholic beer. It's like just fucking we make things for people who want that. Just drink that. Is a slam. I mean, like I don't know, man. I can't believe it's not bread. I can. I very much can. Also, chat room, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in so far today, and for the people who've thrown bits at the stream, resubbed, prime subbed, or gifted subs today. Also, if you want to, support the stream directly, there's other ways to do that since we're stuck in a loading screen. Streamer's just going to shout about the fact that there is a new t-shirt up on the merch store, which is Goblin for Mayor. We're thinking about making a whole series of Goblin for Mayor, Gremlin for Mayor, Elf for Mayor, Dwarf for Mayor, Jurist for Mayor, etc. t-shirts with these kind of fun designs on them. So if you're interested in something like this, Kobold for Mayor, maybe, one day. Check out the merch store, ! Merch. Of course, if you're crazy, you can also gift merch out to people in chat. All right, so what I'm going to do, because this is all sealed off, I'm going to build a little doorway right there. And we're going to lock this side here. What's going to happen is... Also, Tygo, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, dude. This is going to go to about there. I'm thinking we make a couple lava shotguns because easy and fun. And I'm thinking we make a couple minecart shotguns. With glass discs. Just so that we have some variance in our enemy fighting, Yeah, and then we can just seal that side off and reroute them up this way. What a horrifying thing to imagine. How's it horrifying? so here, we're just going to go all the way across. And go up. 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 We'll just let them keep digging. The kind of hysterical thing, though, is if I want to make... Actually, I wonder if I can make that. How tall is a block? I think it's supposed to be a few meters. So I could make this fully repeating, but I'd have to completely demolish this layer. Let's see if that slab is done. Whoa! Manix, thanks for the $15. Appreciate you. Means a lot. Really does. Thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. I don't think you can atomize Forgotten Beasts. I think you can? I thought, wait, I know you can't with demons, but I'm pretty sure you can with Forgotten Beasts. Gotta love weird streams. They give us life. Well, cheers. So I've kind of got a really dumb idea of how I could build this. That will probably work. I have a lot of confidence. Can you tell? This'll probably work. Keyword here is probably. So essentially what I'm going to try and do, for those of you who haven't seen this clip, this is a clip from one of my previous forts, which I'm just grabbing real quick off of Twitch. But one of my previous forts, I built this. Where is it? I built this, and this is what I'm recreating right here. So this is the end of a minecart shotgun. The minecarts go down, but what I'm thinking is we power the top of it with rollers and just put a drawbridge right there. So they're just bumping up against a drawbridge at all time, and then when I pull the drawbridge down, they all just go down at the same time real quick and go wee, and then do that. That's what we're going to try and replicate. Yep, that's what we're doing. We're doing that. So they get to go through a wall of those, you know, before they then just get lava dumped on their head. Got a child who's withdrawn from society. We're still melting their armor. There's so much armor here, it's ridiculous. And I will build a 1 tile high drawbridge out of obsidian. And a wall piece right there. Craft Stores Workshop. Armor that is lava safe doesn't melt in lava. So, as an example, steel armor and iron armor are both lava safe. And so, no, they do not melt in lava. I got to do this one below that. That's probably the ghost being memorialized. So, copper armor does. There we go. Dwarf has been put to rest. So this goes up here. Goes up here. Paxmac, thanks for checking out a gift of ad-free viewing to somebody. Mayan Alfredo, that's a good username. I like that one. And this is going to need a drawbridge in front of it. Oh! My bot has risen from the dead. Welp. Ing is a Geb. Wait, what? There you are. That's kind of funny. Of course, for work. Well, cheers. You have a good time at the work course, the work training course, and thanks for checking out a gift, as always. Thanks for helping keep this weird show funded, like I say. I'm just trying to see if there's anything I've missed in chat. You're heading out for a bit, Lanix? Well, cheers, as always. But yeah, that is what we're working on. We are trying to build another round of minecart shotguns, because it's been a bit since I've done one of these, so. I could actually just do it this way. Fortification. I'm gonna go all the way across here. Let's just make you out of obsidian. And then wall. Obsidian. And wall. Let's just say obsidian. And then floors in front of it. Obsidian. And then we'll put obsidian bridge on it. But everything else is going to be something else. I don't know what else we have a ton of, but let's find. Just do day sight for all this. You know what? We'll just build over this. So now that we've got that, see how many layers we're going up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to go up 2 more, at least. And theoretically, I could also do these with lava buckets, which is basically where you dump lava onto the minecarts at the top, and then when you fire those off, they then shoot lava instead. I could also do that. That's also an option for this. Let's go back up to here. This'll definitely be a fort that I'll need to make a community fort about. Because I did one of Waterlungs. I'm equally proud of this one as I was with Waterlungs. The last few, not so much. But Waterlungs I was super proud of, and this one I'm also super proud of. I'm just so happy with how the whole look came out. Like, everything about this fort just looks so cool. Like, there's some kind of unfinished areas, but like, I don't know. This is maybe one of the coolest forge zones I think I've ever made. It's just so satisfying to work on. All right, so now this whole area is going to be operated by a lever, probably, or I could pressure plate it. I'm kind of leaning lever, though. Pressure plates are a little sketchy because, like, if I pressure plate this, the problem is it could misfire, and I don't know if I necessarily want to have a setup that could misfire. I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. But if I'm building something that could misfire, I have to really think carefully about what I want to do with it. What am I building? A minecart shotgun is what I'm building. Because if you were here yesterday, you'll know that I turned the possible raid size, the enemy sieges sizes, up from 150 or 140 soldiers and... No, sorry, 160 soldiers and 40 mounts, or monsters, which is the default enemy siege size. I turned that from the default up a lot. It's now, currently, as of the time of recording, it's set to 500. So I could end up with a maximum of 1,000 dudes in an enemy siege. So I am expanding my defenses because I think I'm going to need them. So we're using glass discs and a minecart shotguns. And maybe lava buckets as well as the, current dumping lava on thing system. You can tell them to only react to enemies. Doesn't stop them from misfiring. Because sometimes you want to wait longer than that, right? Like, just because, like, they might be all spread out, you might want to wait for a more optimal shot opportunity, you know? You might want to wait for more of them to be there when you fire it. Okay, I just need this last obsidian block right here to be done, and then we can put a little bridge there. I'm going to go one higher. Maybe the trigger device pondered a deeper meaning of enemy. Maybe the trigger device pondered a deeper... Oh, it went full Skynet and just decided all dwarves must be exterminated. Dwarves are the enemy. Kill all dwarf. Must kill dwarf. End dwarf. I wouldn't put it past it, frankly. Just gotta do this one. There you go. And then obviously we're going to put statues on either end of this because we have to look fancy. Fancy? Fancy. We have to look fancy while we're doing this. Because if I'm not looking fancy while I'm building monstrous death traps, what are we even doing? I mean, fancy schmashy. Schmashy? Splatty. Something like that. Professionals have standards. I don't know about... Are you suggesting I have standards? Because I don't know about that. That's also just a standard, just a very low one. I love how I'm finding more cinnabar while we're digging out this area. Let's just let them dig a little bit. Get some actual work done. I can fiddle with my statue placements later. Cinnamon blocks. No, cinnabar, but, you know, close enough. They're cinnabar blocks, not cinnabon blocks. Those are very different. You're starting to think that orthoclase is your favorite stone for floors? I think mica's my favorite, which is this one. I love the way mica looks. Mica and allanite, which is this awesome pink. But this is all mica and allanite. Like, this area looks awesome, in my opinion. Humble brag, but this area looks awesome. Why are you gliding every 28 days? Well, I fucked that up. Dodo, what kind of dwarf would you like? If you need to see the list, let me know. You right here. Link lever to depth. Pulling that lever closes both doors. One of the yellow ones? Like one of these guys? Beard or no beard? When you want that wood color but don't want to piss off the elves. I mean, wood has a different pattern on it, right? It's funny, they're all ladies so far. It's Elfie Bean. It's named Rith. There you go. The heck did you go, Rith? You were right here. It's red and ass. There you are. The dough. Hello. Is this fortress about where you set your pop cap? About where you set your pop cap. I don't adjust my pop cap. The population cap is 200 currently. Which means theoretically we could have another like 12 dwarves. Or rather, the soft cap is 200, the hard cap is 220. So theoretically, we could have like another 18 dwarves. But I don't ever increase my pop cap. And I probably won't until like it's proven that the game runs stably above that. Like, in my experience, I haven't tried on this branch yet, this unstable branch, but in my experience, around 220 dwarves, the game just starts to slow down on my computer. So, Sombre, hello. He never fails to seek out even the most dangerous and stressful situations. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and likes to take it easy and doesn't mind holding on to grievances. He can sometimes act with without deliberation and enjoys the company of others. Is quite ambitious and rarely feels discouraged and prefers to present himself modestly and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He laughs in a unique way when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. He believes that he believes that the time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste and views loyalty unfavorably and respects power and dreams of raising a family. Over here, he likes Bismuth Knight, steel and plume agates, as well as bat ray leather and brown bullhead bone. And that's a fun thing to say, brown bullhead bone. And amulets and the sound of the lace of adoring, and when possible, prefers to consume giant two-humped camel cheese and parsnip wine. And absolutely hates snails. As a member of the Guild of Clans, the Armored Boots, obviously, as well as the Fellowship of Harvesting, and the Tufted Urns are faction. And he carries massive amounts of fat, especially for one so short. His long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. He has a broad, square chin, and his ears are splayed out. His teeth are crowded, and his eyelashes are extremely short. His hair is brown, and his skin is burnt umber, and his eyes are jade. And I wonder if those eggs hatched. Oh, they did. Doesn't look like baby beak dogs have a sprite from the looks of things. Well, that's a shame. Oh, wait, do they? Normal beak dog pup. They're slightly rounder. Like, that's baby beak dog, actually. They have slightly less of a hump. There are some in the pen. Let's see. Yeah, baby beak dog, mama beak dog versus adult beak dog. See? Here, I'll stick these on Discord. It's up on Discord and announcements now. Oh, those are cute looking. Yeah. They're smaller, rounder, and they don't have a neck. So, like, there's beak dogs, and then there's, like, beak bulbs. The baby bulbs turn into the full-grown dogs. They also they don't really have the tail. Oh, no, they kind of do. They look kind of adorable now that I'm staring at them. They kind of do look like the thing you ride in Golden Axe, yeah. Although I'm going to slaughter most of my adult beak dogs. Except for the ones that are chained. What real world... My brain went to wondering what real world babies look like if there's some kind of comparison, and went to ostrich for some reason. And then as typing baby ostrich, one of the Google suggestions was for sale in Texas. And that's awfully specific. Is this Well, I think if you type in baby something, it'll just say for sale. Baby cupcake. For sale is is the third thing that pops up here. So I don't know. I think it's just Google completing its search terms. But if ostrich is farmed in Texas, then that would make a lot of sense. Baby for sale. You know, actually, hold on. Let me go to Google and just type in baby and see what the suggestions are. Okay, so I type in baby into Google with a space, and the first recommended search term is baby shark, followed by baby Yoda, followed by babies are us, followed by baby blue-tongued skink, because I was looking for blue-tongued skinks before. Also, baby peacock is pretty popular. Also, baby blue-tongued skinks, very cute. They're like miniature skinks, turns out. Baby human does not prompt for sale. Well, dang it. No baby gremlin. No baby gremlin. Okay, so the only sides that really matter for firing are the edges. These three in the center, not so much, so we're going to remove all these ramps. Boink. And I clicked too thin. Oh. I don't know if Babies R Us is still open. That's a good question. At this point, the goal is just see how big the enemy sieges can get. I know Babies R Us is still open in Canada. Couldn't say for the States. I mean, see, here's the thing. We still have Toys R Us in Canada. Like, you can still go to big box Toys R Us stores in Canada. Glass discs, I think, are the strongest variant of disc next to adamantine, I think. Yeah, we used to have a Toys R Us here up until very recently. There's still, like, 2 in the malls. Like, I can get on a train and be in a Toys R Us in, like, 10 minutes. I fucking hate Toys R Us and wish they would all close. So I don't think we get anything nice. Toys R Us is just teaching young children to be consumers and not really doing anything of actual value, so maybe I'm just like a big old meanie, but I don't know. I think Toys R Us closing is a good thing for society. I need 3 buckets and a large gem. Okay, fair enough. Oops. God dang it. You know what's funny? I've never actually bought a video game from Toys R Us. Because by the time I started going to Toys R Us here, they'd completely stopped selling video games. So I've never actually bought a video game at Toys R Us. So most people's like nostalgia for Toys R Us based around video games, I have zero connection to that. I went to Toys R Us to buy Christmas gifts for other people usually. Well, I mean, Amazon destroyed Toys R Us. You bought your Switch and Breath of the Wild from Toys R Us? Yeah, it checks out. I think something like Babies R Us should exist, but Toys R Us doesn't really have a place in modern society. You know what does have a place in modern society, though? There's a little toy shop on Main in downtown That's like, I think, the biggest Playmobil distributor in like Western Canada or something. It's like 3 little storefronts all side by side. One of them is specifically Playmobil, one of them is specifically Lego, and then the other one is just like general toys. That's a toy shop that should exist, because the vast majority of the toys they have there are like weird boutique-y specialty toys that are all like made of wood or Playmobil or Lego. And they're really cool. Like, I go out of my way to go in there and like take a look at all their old like old school style tin trucks and like cool ass little toys. I used to go, that was a place I used to go shopping when I was little, and we used to buy Playmobil there. I would go visit my Oma at her house, and then we'd walk down to the little toy store and we'd buy Playmobil. Yeah, I've heard good things about the new Legend of Zelda. I didn't play the last one, so. Actually, the last Legend of Zelda the last mainline Zelda I played was the one on the 3DS. Link Between Worlds. No problem for randomly reminding you of something. Unless somebody else did that, in which case then yay. Also, hey, Cool Dan, what's up? You're waiting for like a month or two so you can binge a full Let's Play of it? I thought you were going to say so that I can just run it in an emulator and not feel bad about it, but... Or you could just binge a full Let's Play, I suppose. Yeah, I've seen quite a few giant penis-shaped, like, trees built in the new Legend of Zelda. I watched about 15 seconds of Admiral Baru making a massive tree trunk, just going around collecting all of the trees and just carrying this giant tree around with him. So, you know. Last Zelda game you played was on N64? Hey, I mean, that was kind of peak Zelda, at least for that era. Certainly peak 3D Zelda. Yeah, everybody's been crucifying Koroks for some reason. Time to penis. You know, my brain reads that as meaning something completely different than what I think you intended it to mean. Wouldn't it be Korok's fiction? Rhino? Wind Waker was fun. I watched my ex play through the entirety of Wind Waker, but I've never played Wind Waker. I don't think I've gotten PTSD from a video game, so... Like, period, like ever. Sure. But that's not what it reads like to me, but whatever. I mean, dwarves tend to do it by themselves. I mean, like, it was either the last one I uploaded or the one before for community forts was just straight at the front door was a phallus. Yeah, we really enjoyed Undertale. It was a great story, great themes, good lessons, but the fan base around it seems misguided and overenthusiastic. It's because they're
That's like
Toby
half
Fox
a foot
fans
long.
and Andrew Hussey fans. Makes sense. Thank you very much for the 6-month foot-long sub. Napalm Sideburns. That's 6 months of deciding to keep your credit card hooked up to my Twitch account to give this silly stream more money. And you haven't decided that that was a mistake yet, which means I'm doing something right, I think. Thank you very much for continuing to support the channel. Cheers. But yeah, no, Andrew Hussey and Toby Fox fans tend to be, well, I mean, they're Homestuck fans. What do you expect? Like... It's mean when I say that, but it's true. Homestuck fans are interesting. Whatever. Whatever works. Credit card is just default brain thing to say. All right, you down here. Obsidian. Finishing up the last of that hallway. The wrong tool. Lol. Can I not start it? Oh, no. I can. Just doesn't give me an indicator that it's started. So I lived with a girlfriend at the time who was obsessed with Homestuck, cosplayed Homestuck, wrote fan fiction about Homestuck, and it almost destroyed our relationship half a dozen times until it finally did actually destroy the relationship at the end. So yeah, no, I very much have feelings about Homestuck and Andrew Hussey fans. All right, let's do that. Let's do this. That. 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 There's just a giant, like, cadaverous cave crawler statue in there. Kind of funny. I mean, it was one of many factors, but it was one of the main factors that destroyed the relationship. No, it's for the best. Like, in hindsight, I should have left her, like, around the time she got obsessed with that webcomic. I should have just pieced out at that point. So you don't need to be sorry. I stuck around out of determination and stupidity to make things work. But, you know, smarter these days, allegedly. Let's throw all these in. All right. All right. Who or what those words are? Andrew Hussey is a dude who made a webcomic called Homestuck. He is roommates with a guy named Toby Fox who made a video game called... Actually, I don't know if they were roommates by the time the game came out. But they roommates with a guy named Toby Fox who made a game called Homestuck. So because of their two creative endeavors being kind of linked and Hussey working on some of the music for Homestuck, his music's fucking great. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're talented individuals for sure. Due to the crossing in fan bases, that's why I associate Undertale's annoying fan base with the annoying and immature fan base of the webcomic Homestuck. The two things are pretty interlinked in their fandoms. So if you find one annoying, you'll probably find the other one annoying. Also Deltarune, yeah. So guy made webcomic that got very popular with the worst I say the worst portions of the anime community because that's how I associate with it. It's like all of the people, they were all like crazy weeaboos that then turned into crazy gray painted weeaboos. Yeah, and like there was borderline I don't want to, like, saying cultish behavior, it seems inaccurate, but at least at the time, it was cult-like behavior. Like, yeah, it's hard to explain. It was cult-like behavior surrounding, like, it felt like it was forming into a religion. That's how much it impacted me in my relationship with my ex. It felt like she'd suddenly fallen into a weird religion. Is the easiest way to maybe explain it in one sentence. And it completely destroyed and demolished our ability to communicate as a couple. At least from my perspective. Layagushkin nailed it pretty hard there. Fire alarm's going off on the other side of the building now. They must just be collecting up the last of the units that they didn't get the other day. All right, so these are going to be minecart rails all the way up and down. We can smooth as much of it as we can. I'm going to need some more space up here. Now, this needs to not have bins in it specifically. You know, you guys were asking me why the hate on bins. This needs to not have bins, because if you're loading minecart ammunition and the minecart ammunition is in a bin, they'll just put the whole bin in the minecart, and you don't really want them doing that. You can, but you kind of don't want to do that. I fixed the symmetry, though. You're fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not here to just destroy your sense of symmetry. Just mostly. You rest assured? No, you don't, actually. But yeah, the game was... Did I say Homestuck twice? I don't know. They're all the same game. There's also Homestuck games now, too, which aren't called Homestuck, I don't think. They're called something else. Unless there's actually, like, one called Homestuck on Steam now. I'm looking this up. Oh, of course I have it blocked. That checks out. There are 5 games on Steam in the Homestuck universe. Of course I have them all ignored on Steam. There's Hives Warp Act 1, Hives Warp Friendism, Pester Quest, and Hives Warp Act 2. So, you know, you could just go look up Hives Warp on Steam and you'll get an idea. Hives Wap, not Warp? Okay, I was misreading the name of it. If you're not a fan of the old stuff, steer really clear of the new stuff. Oh, naturally. I mean, like, they're catering to a fan base. Like, to be specific, I don't actually have anything against Homestuck itself. Like, as a, like, webcomic, it absolutely can exist. I have no problems with people who enjoy it. Just please don't force that fandom on me, and it destroyed a relationship in the past. So I have a natural dislike of it, but I mean, it can exist. I don't actually care. When I talk about things like this, some people get the wrong idea and think that I'm being very absolutist in whether or not you can enjoy something. It's like, that's absolutely not true. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. Have fun with what you want to have fun with. Entertain yourself with whatever you like. Just keep me away from it. Keep it away from me. That's it. I mean, I would say it still is fun at face value. I mean, I read a good portion of it to try and figure out what the fuck was up with my ex. So, like, I've read a lot of it. But it's a well-written, weird, interdimensional comic strip. Although, apparently large portions of it, like, aren't readable anymore in the old stuff because it ran in Flash, because there was like whole strips that were like animated in Flash and stuff. So good riddance, I suppose. Yeah, it obviously wasn't for me either. Cool down. Did no one back that up? I'm sure they did, but on the original website, it's no longer readable. Oh, that dwarf began a mysterious construction. There was devs back in that era of Flash asking for money for their work. Just way less people gave them money for it. So there still was devs back in the Flash era asking for money for their work. The alarms are going off pretty consistently on the other side of the building. To the point where, like, I'm almost tempted to go peek outside and see if there's people standing out there. But if there's actually a fire, someone will go running up the hallway screaming fire. Idle game oversaturation? I wouldn't say I despise it. I would say I kind of despise, like, the automatic survival shooter oversaturation, i.e. Vampire Survivors. That's one that I find is a little bit annoying to me, but... Yeah, no, itch.io is incredible for game discovery. I've discovered so many great... I mean, I found Path of Acra in itch, you know? Just searching by free and new roguelike. Also, it's really nice to see Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun get overwhelmingly positive reviews. That is genuinely very nice to see. Like, truly. Because I feel bad for 40K fans, because I feel like they just get blasted with terrible games that they don't want constantly. So it's nice to see good 40K games come out. I think it's disc is what I'm looking for. Large serrated discs. Green glass. No bins. It depends on the streams, though. Hombre. You haven't seen one since Dawn of War? Apparently Bolt Gun's good. Also, don't do Space Marine dirty like that. Come on. Space Marine was great. $40K Space Marine is great. The Rat game was good. Which one's the Rat game? Because you say Rat game and my brain goes to, like, the French one. Which I'm blanking on the name of. Shooter? Third-person shooter, yeah. Dodek, the dwarven child, has created Phycloclamur, a Sangaro rib amulet, and offers it to the armored boots. Good job, kiddo. But Bolt Gun is the FPS. Yeah, the boomer shooter, if you want to call it that. Just guess the price point where they set up a new set of minis. Yeah, I'm talking about video games, though. Come on. All right, I'm gonna. This fire alarm's been going off for like 10 minutes. I'm gonna go take a peek outside. I will be back momentarily. Just want to know why this fire alarm is going off. Not my building. Not my building, not my problem. It's the neighbor's building. So what we're going to do, I think, is I'm going to go to rollers. Let's just do this speed right here. Material doesn't matter, but I'm gonna be picky. Okay, well, I need more chains. Let's do iron, chain. Let's do 20. Yeah, I was gonna say Vermintide isn't a 40k game. It's a Warhammer game, but it's not a 40k game. Because Rat game is not like if we're talking about like the Vermintide games, those are definitely Warhammer Fantasy, not 40k. Different thing. Anyway, sorry for all of the complaining about old, less than relevant webcomics. Is that fucking Earthworm Jim? No, it's a Squid Man, I think. I kind of feel bad when I just sit here and complain about my old bullshit relationship drama. Not exactly why people tune into Twitch streams. That's a goose. Excellent. Just a bunch of slugs. Uh-oh. The were-donkey Mato Bosiex has come. A very large donkey twisted into humanoid format. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow green. Its charcoal hair is long and shaggy. You will know why you fear the night. Yes, people following the exclamation point bingo cards are very much checking off all the boxes. All right, so I'm just going to let this thing run in. So do you remember how a dwarf went missing? I figured out why. They got sealed into my stairs.
You fucking donkey!
Also, kiddo, you may want to run. You've been bit. Kid's dead. Rest in peace, Udil. Sorry, but you didn't make it. I'm hearing fire trucks now. Now it's chasing a ostrich. It's Pumpy. This isn't Pumpy. I mean, it is a legendary pump operator. It is a goblin. But I guess she is a pumpy. She's not the pumpy, though. What's the cock? I mean, maybe she does want the ostrich cock. All right. Anyway, now the real question is, chat. This dwarf is memorialized. Should I just leave this body here? Because I think I should. I think we should just leave that dwarf that went missing there, and just not worry about it. I think that's what we should do. We'll just let it stay. It'll be totally fine. And I already did make the slab. That dwarf's been memorialized for a while. It's part of why I'm amused by it. Oh, jeez. I didn't realize that was, that I didn't, I thought I screwed it up and made this separate stockpile, but nope. I did not. And total quality, core quality, and 0 bins. Why are you not letting me type there? What? Okay. I will click this a bunch of times. Yeah, no, you will lose count. And you will lose track. No, it's all good, Celesty. It's just that I asked chat if they remembered that dwarf that went missing at the start of the stream. Well, it turns out it's because I accidentally forgot to, you know, check to see if all the dwarves were out. Apparently that one wasn't. All right, so we're going to need to bring power over here, which means the easiest place to get power from is right here. So I'm going to go over to here. And up to here. And back down to there. And this right here is going to be how we're going to get power. Over to these. So power is going to come from this. And it's going to roll over rollers. And we're going to have a drawbridge in front of them so that the rollers fire them all off at once. And you know what? I think I'm going to set this up to be pressure plated. I think we're going to do it that way. Hopefully we don't misfire and accidentally kill one of my own dwarves. But if we do, the cost of doing business in a dwarven fortress of this size. Also, chat, thanks to all of your generosity and Prime subs and whatnot, we have crawled back up to 891 subs. Struggling to hold 900, but it's still nice to be able to hold 900. There's a stack of like 50 seeds on one of the dinosaurs. Yeah, that commonly happens, I find. They often end up with random stacks of seeds. I didn't realize I had the wrong tool selected. God dang it. It's fine. I was digging a hole instead of doing the thing that I actually needed to do. Whoops. How's the Dwarfin going? Dwarfin's going all right. How's Analysis Lover? We are building minecart shotguns. Normal dwarfy things. All right, so I don't want ramps. I want bridges. of helping her girlfriend move. Helping people move in general is something that I try my damnedest to never do. Like, it's just so much, it's so much time and back pain. I don't know. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting too old to do that. So I don't blame you. Stuff's exhausting. You've been trying to be patient? I'm amazed you haven't been sniped with a gift sub. To be honest with you, Sombre. Because you're here like every day, and subs get gifted here pretty frequently, right? I'm very surprised like you haven't just been sniped. But I appreciate the dedication. Also, chat, do you remember? I just discovered a change. You know how when you used to modify stockpiles, it would change the number of bins and barrels? I just made this stockpile bigger and it didn't add more barrels again. Or bins, rather, not barrels. Very happy about this. Well, so let's see if... I actually don't know if smoothing over these is... I shouldn't have said anything! Gift subs are weird. Some streamers you join for 5 minutes and get a gift sub. Other streamers are at the point of almost daily, but you don't receive them. So Twitch's algorithm, right? I don't know how it works, but my assumption is that they want to get, like, the algorithm prioritizes people that they think will come back if they're gifted a sub. So, like, if you gift out 50 subs or whatever, you know, large number of subscriptions, the algorithm is going to prioritize people that have watched recently but aren't currently there so that they'll come back. Does that make sense? Whereas if you're there literally every day, unless somebody's directing gift subs at you, it's like the Twitch assumes that you're, you know, gonna move on. You got a sub the first day you were here? Yeah. Cool, Dan. What kind of dwarf would you like? Start re-extending these again. I just want this to be smooth so that it looks nicer. Watch them like... That's kind of funny. I'm like, I'm going to smooth this so it looks nicer. Apparently, when they smooth it, it like makes the, the ground look all crunkly again. Well, I guess I have to build tracks if I want it to look nicer. I don't want to build tracks, so we're just going to do it this way. That is funny. I didn't realize it worked that way. More you know. Give analysis lover a dwarf? Well, technically, you have one named Tyler Analysis, but you changed your name. So, what would you actually? Hold up. Can I make you the manager? Because I think the a manager named Analysis Lover checks out. Grumble. Dear game, please fix this. It's essentially just like we were trying to survive with hard economy, so now I've like turned up the number of enemy siegers, Kimball, so we can have up to 1,000 enemy units on the map at a time, which means the game will probably run at like 4 frames a second. It'll be great, though. Lots of dramatic slowdown. She is a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and has a calm demeanor. Very much a fan of analysis. Hold on a second. Oh, well, I just found another bug. I'm not technically typing in the typing field, but it's letting me continue typing. Interesting. It's like seeks out adventurous and exciting situations, and she has a calm demeanor, and she tends to, and she finds obligation. Why did the game just pause? I didn't click. Oh, maybe it's because, is that what that button does? No. Anyway. She has a calm demeanor, and she finds obligations confining. She's conflicted by this, and she values, and she is conflicted by this, since she, why am I completely lost? By this, since she believes in the importance of the rule of law, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she is quite ambitious, and she is curious and eager to learn, and she can handle stress. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is slow to anger, and she can sometimes act with little determination and confidence, and she has a greedy streak, and she is rarely moved to mercy, and she isn't given to flights of fancy, and she greets others with a hug. She often greets others with a hug, and she talks to herself when she's nervous, and she tends to stretch her body when she's thinking. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and is an absolute believer in the rule of law and respects fairness, and she values hard work and values sacrifice and finds maintaining decorum to be a silly and fumbling waste of time. She likes hematite, steel, rock crystal, and lynx leather, bolts and shields and quivers, and the words of the saber of sieging, and the sound of the meandering mother, and the sight of the gloss of smiling. When possible, prefers to consume raspberry wine and dwarven wheat flour, and absolutely hates slugs. Her hair is clean shaven, and her pink skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is buff with a touch of gray, and her eyes are brass. Yeah, I'm expecting the game to run at like 8 to 15 FPS during sieges. But, like, yeah, I don't know. That's more than acceptable for a fort of this size. More than acceptable for a fort of this size. You were draining a major river and you were down to 5 frames per second. Yeah, draining large bodies of water will do things to your frames. This is true. Very, very, very true. All right, let's throw in our rollers, shall we? Don't need the max speed, so let's just do them that speed. We are going to have to test run this, too. At least once. That wasn't going the... I swear that last one was going the wrong way. Well, I mean, if you think any of them are going the wrong way, let me know. That looks dangerous? Oh, it's fine. I mean, it's fine for the dwarves. Dangerous for those that might be attacking us, though. I think the dwarven equivalent of 16 tons is literally just 16 tons. Unless you mean, like, the weight value of 16 tons. Yes, okay. That is awesome. So here I'm going to connect these two. And this is going to go over there. Then you are going to be connected to this. Go to vertical axles. And then up here, we're going to place the final gear assembly at the top. I mean, you shovel 16 tons, and what do you got? Another day older and deeper in debt. That song? Well, dwarves don't have debt, right? They also don't have currency or pay. And so all of, like, the references to company store and all that stuff from that song wouldn't really be valid. So I don't know. It's a good question as to what the dwarven equivalent would be. Also, I assume this will work without gear assemblies. I don't think it needs gear assemblies. Oh, true, yeah, you could use stress. And deeper in stress? Maybe? Well, you were saying, like, what their equivalent would be, right? So I need these to be raised. I guess what I'm going to do for raising these, because my lever room is down here, and build 2 more of these. One to raise them both, and then I'll connect pressure plates to them. Something about noble demands would be funny. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not much of a song parody guy, but that's kind of what you'd have to do. Oh, and then one to raise the bottom one. Yeah, that's what the other one's for. One's to raise the bottom one, and then the other one is to raise the top one. And then down here on the bottom, I'm going to place one right here and then maybe one up here. So this side will fire out when somebody hits here, and then this side will fire when somebody touches there. Would probably be the best way to do this. So let's go to traps, pressure plates. Creatures trigger, citizens do not trigger. Anything bigger than a kobold, basically. And creatures do not trigger. Put the other one right there. So I can manually fire them if I need to. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, dwarves like work. I know that sounds odd to say, but dwarves like work. Like, in the headcanon of Dwarf Fortress, the work is the reward. Being able to work and having employment and a place to go mine and craft, that is what the dwarves want. So, like, I guess, the shovel 16 tons, it's supposed to, like, you know, point at problems with, like, company stores and script and, like, the rise of industrialization, whereas with dwarves, like, for them, the ability to be allowed to work is the reward. At least if you play enough Dwarf Fortress, that's That's kind of what Zach and Tarn have talked about it like. Holly golly, what were you up to today? Were you streaming Dwarfs? I didn't see you in the directory. You must have been playing something else. Chat, if you speak German and you're looking for a lovely dwarfy stream, go check out Holly golly and their content. Also, I don't know if I have any mods around, but could I get a shout out for Holly golly? If nobody does, I will do it. But you know, at the end of the day, like write songs about dwarves being deeper in stress and you know, creatures attacking and whatnot. But I think a cover of that song in the theme of Dwarf Fort could be really cool. I need to go peek outside of my door because I just received an email that a package was delivered. Well, it's not outside of my door. But I did hear somebody outside of my door at about 9:20, and that's the time that it claims that it was delivered, which leads me to believe it's either A, outside of my apartment down by the front door area, or alternatively, it's sitting at the post office. Chat, give me a minute. I'm gonna go check. Nah, cooler than DF merch. Fun fact, apparently, ooh, a Vile Force of Darkness is right. Apparently, Kit Fox asked Fangamer to put some merch aside for a few people, including myself, and Fangamer forgot. But, yeah, no, not DF merch. But it is stream stuff, which is why I went to go get it. Or stuff for stream. Now that stuff with my address is gone, let me show you guys something cool, and then we'll deal with this File Force of Darkness. I got bubble wrap. Not really unboxing, but... So, I have 2 new records to play on stream now. We have this, which is a Chichery, Colorful Tale, which has a lot of music on it. And Another World. So, bubble wrap stream win? It can be a bubble wrap stream right now, Tyga. It's 100 bits per bubble pop for the rest of the stream. There you go. It's actually nice to listen to. 100 bits. I'll pop another bubble. All right, we've got a robbery to deal with. That's robbery. What them? I mean, they're trying to take my artifacts. Obviously, yes, that's robbery. A clother has been found dead. Well, it is the first of spring, so they must have died of old age. Considering they were in this tavern, yeah, they definitely must have died of old age. So rest in peace, as well as a stray cat also died of old age. It's always unintended ASMR. All right, so I need to get the dwarves out of there. So first things first, we got to do this. First things second, we got to pull this lever. First things third, we got to go up to here and pull this lever. First things fourth, we got to go over here and pull this lever. And we wait a little bit. Incoming 10k bits. I wouldn't complain, and I would definitely pop 10k bits worth of bubble wrap. Fair enough. Those bubbles that were 2 plastic sides that have separated between them without either popping. I don't think I've ever found that. So chat, hopefully this is going to be one of those 1,000-person sieges. Although I don't have the shotguns ready to go yet. Wait, where were they? Okay, well, they're down there. Certainly not thousands of them there yet. They are puking, though. So I'm sure that's a good sign for them. Who's vomiting here? Nobody's, you know, winded or sick feeling? Nope, never had that, Balti. Although I'm not too much of an obsessive over, what's it called? I'm not too much of a obsessive about bubble wrap either, so. It's not something I personally care for in general. Okay, so let's get the drains pulled up. That's down. All right, let's decline their wish for parlay. Let's see how big this siege is. There ain't 500 of them. I'm disappointed. Because it seems pretty small. Wouldn't it be funny if they just sent their entire army the last time? Maybe they did. Thought he had really cool golden armor. Nope. Also, what the hell? that all you're sending? Goblins, I would like you to know that I'm very disappointed in your lack of numbers. I mean, like, for reference, yeah, I have this set to 500, 500. I'll increase these ones, too. I guess I could turn up the siege frequency. Or the rate, or the minimum number of... Oh, hold on a second. I just learned something. So minimum number of raids before siege. Where they send just a bunch of baby stealers first. Interesting. I want to turn those up so they send 500 baby stealers. Just 700 fucking, like, stealth guys here to steal my children show up. It's just like 80 goblins with bags just show up and they're like, we're here for the children. And then they all just scatter. That would be hysterical. Well, these guys aren't going to get the fun treatment anyway. To the dwarf that gets stolen, they become a goblin. Eventually, they get renamed to a goblin name, and they become completely assimilated into goblin society, and live and hang out with goblins for the rest of their lives. Also, that PlayStation thing is happening right now, if anybody cares about PlayStation-related content. Because there's a big announcement stream going on. I think it started 25 minutes ago, though. Have I ever done purely army defenses, like just using standing military against sieges? Like 3 or 4 forts in a row, yeah. Like, I did quite a few forts like that where more or less my entire defense was just army. This is like my first big trap fort in a while. I guess water lungs kind of wasn't that, but before water lungs, yeah. I did a bunch in a row that was like just, yeah, we charge. Charge! I kind of cycle in between, mostly using military. I think the next time I'll use primarily military is whenever the archery rework gets in. Good militia dwarves are so satisfying to watch. Yeah, until you watch their moods go down, but... But yeah, I guess tomorrow we can listen to Another World as the intro to the stream, which will be fun. Or Chitri, A Colorful Tale. Your daughter stole the shirt that you won? Hell yeah. Good for her. Oh, were you not watching a minute ago, Elfie? There you go. This showed up in the mail. The record. Also got Chitchery. I bought some expansions to the record collection after the subathon. We did, what, 2 months ago now? Because I had fun money to spend on whatever, so I spent some fun money on more music for the stream. I don't often have fun money, so it's nice. No. I was talking about the game Another World. And how tomorrow morning we can listen to Another World. So we're gonna need the astronaut dent done. If only you could get there on time. I mean, maybe I could just redeem it. It's running out. Oh, okay. Good for you, Goblin. This is definitely, the way to truly show the dwarf. Okay, I don't know why Zulban the Holy Wheel is outside, but this goblin is about to find out that it was a mistake to chase that ostrich.
Another World was great. Cheers for the soundtrack.
You must just. I am a human of my word. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I almost forgot, but let's see. The Spear Dwarf literally struck the goblin in the head with his steel shield, but the attack is deflected. That must have given a wild headache. Twisted the neck, tearing apart the fat. The Holy Wheel instead 100 bits for one bubble pop. The Holy Wheel stabs the goblin pikeman in the right upper arm with his steel spear, tearing the muscle through the iron mail shirt. The Holy Wheel then bashes the goblin pikeman in the eye, right eye, ow, with the shaft of his steel spear, and the part is crushed. Ugh. Ugh. Oh boy. Then scratches the pikeman in the left ear, and the severed part sails off in an arc, which landed up there. The force twists the right bone, or the right knee, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. That was a stab to the right lower leg. Very gruesome, yes. Yes. Horrifying. The Holy Wheel stabs the goblin pikeman in the left upper arm with his steel spear. A motor nerve has been severed. The steel spear is firmly lodged in the wound. The force pulls the shoulder, bruising the muscle and bruising the muscle. The goblin pikeman misses the Holy Wheel. The Holy Wheel pulls on the embedded steel spear. The Holy Wheel gains possession of the steel spear. The Holy Wheel stabs the goblin pikeman in the right foot with his steel spear, tearing the muscle through the copper high boot. It has typographic violence. I don't disagree with that. That is accurate. Then gains possession, scratches the pikeman in the body, but the attack is deflected by the goblin pikeman's iron breastplate. I might just send my soldiers out to fight these guys, because I've now just got this spear dwarf who's outside for some reason. Who's probably just gonna book it up the hill, if I had to guess. All right, Zulban, are you ready to become truly legendary? He's delighted remembering watching a performance. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I fucked up. Cool. Cool. Ruh-roh. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so you go right here. And accept that. That dwarf is pushing that back. You. Down there. Well, they didn't get in here yet. But they are about to. You might want to turn around there, Dwarf. Good luck. Watch this number go down. No amount of luck will save them. Well, the number hasn't gone down yet. Oh, there it goes. Raging Cave, the stone carver has been found dead. Well, at least you died dramatically. It seems that Ingus is going out to pick up equipment. Good luck there, Dwarf. Is currently holding the line at the front gate. Well, the hole in the side of the fort, shall we say. And is now doing no activity, whatever that activity might be. Swordsdwarf Ingus is fighting. Strikes at the Goblin Swordsman, but the shot is parried by the Copper Longsword. Got lots of misses, and then stabs the Goblin Swordsman in the head, and the injured part is cloven asunder. A tendon in the skull has been torn, and the short sword is lodged in the wound. I'm really happy I followed that dwarf and spotted this before this became an actual problem. Uh-oh. We got Ingus now, who's just fending off the entire goblin army, one at a time, it seems like. Is bleeding, though. Is trying to back up and defend himself. You really should back up, dwarf. How about I tell your friends up here to go catch up? Because they're all right there. We need to call for backup. Get out there, dwarves. Go be backup. We are assisting. Ingus is seriously injured. I'm going to just turn off this so that we can go rescue him. Because winded, bleeding. Okay, was heavy bleeding. Don't die on me here. I mean, you've killed 5 total goblins. So, like, this dwarf's a hero as far as I'm concerned. Meanwhile, up on the surface, the rest of the dwarves are fighting on the hillside. Pieces are flying everywhere. Stuff is flying into the lava flows, including this piece of teeth right here. Atu's teeth, which are just going to fall straight into the lava. The siege has been broken. Gimli, the clother, has withdrawn from society. It's a lot of teeth. I think I like watching fights on hillsides almost more than flat ones if you have a clear view. Well, the enemy siege is done, so we can break the dwarves and send them back to whatever they were doing previously. Actually, I think I'm just going to set them all to training. We are going to clear out all of these. Get all this crap removed, and then just go open the front door again. All that trouble for a hole in the wall. I mean, yep, turns out. Although, fortunately, they are quite close to the body disposal place, which isn't too far away, fortunately. This is body disposal, although this is full of teeth right now, so I do need to remove these teeth. That dwarf should make it? I mean, let's find out, actually. The dwarf held the line, so... They were the sacred wheel, right? They were a swords dwarf? Next dwarf, peasant, recruit. Are they still there? I'm just gonna go check the hospital. So all the dwarves are moving back up. Sacred Gravel, Holy Wheel. Yep, I don't think they died. Although my population did drop by 1, but I thought that that was just another dwarf being dumb. I closed the combat log, so I actually lost their name. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope, there's Zulban right here. Nope, that's not it. Sacred Gravel. Apparently I have 2 Holy Wheels. But wait, wasn't his name Zulban? But he had 5 kills. Backer, Cog, Zulban, Kubak. Holy Orange is another one that we have. That was the Spearmaster. Yeah, maybe he did die. That's a shame. We just need a holy plank. And a holy cart. Was it Inish? Oh. Hold on. But he was a spear dwarf. Yeah, so he must have died. He must have died in that fight. Anybody bringing object to tomb? Ah, there we go. Well, this is Raging Cave getting taken to a tomb. We've also got a dwarf that's recovering wounded. Who are you carrying? Kubak! Okay, maybe it was Kubak. No, you only have 3 kills. No, I don't know. Save the day, TBH? Yeah, no shoutouts to, I think their name was Zulban. I'm pretty sure that dwarf's name was Zulban. Gimli's claimed a clother's shop, not Clover's shop. Holy chariot pulled by the sacred beak dogs. That's a shame. All right, well, we're gonna get a bunch more upset dwarves because of this, but... There was a dead dwarf where he was at the hole? Ah. Well, I will just assume that he's dead. Can also follow place dwarf in tomb. Go by job. Because McJerby's hauled Raging Cave to the tomb. Yeah, this is a hard way to figure out who just died. So I can go to dead and missing. I think it's... I wonder if these are in no particular order now. I kind of feel like it. Whatever. Wait, did it count wagons as dead? It's kind of funny. Because wagons are technically a living creature. Technically. Down here, custom, I don't want trap components in here. Just at all. I want those enormous serrated glass discs to be moved. Needs 69 power. Nice. Okay. You're all suspended. Let's make you active. Plenty of extra power. Not an issue. right, so you need to be connected to a lever real quick. We're gonna go down to this. We're gonna call this hotkeys are still active. I'm gonna pause the game and we're gonna call this shotgun lock. And you're going to be shotgun lower lock. And then you're gonna pull the lever. And then for lower lock, you're just going to be connected to that. Right there. So I just need this whole thing to be hooked up to power, and then we'll see if it's gonna work. We can start testing it. Go, it's all hooked up to power. All right, so these are all active. Mostly certain they're all going the right way. It'll be kind of hysterical if I have one get launched backwards in the wrong direction, wouldn't it? What is my purpose? Shotgun lock, pretty much. Is there a way to move a bin out of the way? Not really, aside from, like, dumping it and moving it elsewhere. Like, our ability to directly control dwarves is almost null, right, Cardinal? Which is what makes Dwarf Fortress unique and weird. Because, like, no other games operate with, like, true no control. I really love getting, like, these spam emails from these services that I use that are just like, hey, how to get to 1,000 YouTube subs so that you can get partnered. And it's like, I know how. I did that. A long time ago, in fact. Like, get to 1,000 subscribers faster than you did before. It's like, okay. All right, so this. Lenarno, what kind of dwarf would you like? We'll just say all of these. And we'll take from this. And you're just going to, when 100% full, kick it. And that's it. Really. And then we're going to do this. A glass maker. I might actually need to queue up more glass. Hold on. I don't currently. Kind of surprised by this. All right. Glass maker. I have one glass maker named Dulbar, who's pretty neutral. Does this dwarf do? It's a recent industry edition for us, so. Also, what's up, Rami? Also, I do think it's kind of funny when people ask me, why do I hate bins so much, yet the stockpile here is full of bins. Boyer has been found dead. It was early spring. Could have been old age. Nope. Definitely was not old age. Why are we all running around the outside of this dwarf? Lava hot, yes. Lava bad. Please walk around this. I need to memorialize that dwarf. So hold on, just scrolling back up in chat. Lenarno, does that glassmaker work for you? Because if so, I can give you that glassmaker, the one with the beard. That cat is a cat, Mr. Miser. Cats do that. As in, they don't really care about rules or laws or their own well-being. Since Lenarno said nothing, I will assume that the answer is yes. No. Uh-oh. Game did the thing again. Lenarno is a glassmaker. He is very readily moved by curiosity, and he strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific or practical issues. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he has a greedy streak. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He occasionally overindulges, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he has a sense of duty. The cat jumped on your desk for a second as soon as you redeemed it. It's all good. He personally dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and respects power. He likes copper, black zircon, cashew wood, clear glass, and whale shark parchment. Some migrants have arrived despite the lava. And when possible, prefers to consume wine and absolutely hates moon snails. His very long beard is neatly combed. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. He has a broad chin, and his hair is flax, and his skin is brown, and his eyes are heliotrope. Welcome to the fort. Lenarno. Gimli is idling at this shop. Do you need bones? Do you need bones? Either that or, like, wood. I'm assuming you need bones. Because we have wood. So, I'm going to just slaughter a beak dog and do what you do. Yeah, I don't know why wood is always written twice. It always is for some reason. I don't really know why. So we are waiting for this minecart to be put here. Buildings linked to trigger place track vehicle. And we're following the dwarf with the track vehicle. Let's raw wood from cashew wood, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. This reminds me of once I was watching a stream of somebody who was who'd set up minecart shotguns like this, had them set to pressure plates, and then a stealthed elf stepped on it. 3 shotguns went off all at once and blasted discs up the map, and then it was just a whole bunch of invisible like elves suddenly appeared exploding. Like, they appeared out of thin air as they were flying to pieces. It was kind of glorious, actually. Need to keep an eye on Gimli here. Oh, God. Yeah, elves show up stealthed. They ambush. They don't attack. They don't siege. They ambush. Because discs are the sharpest. Basically, serrated glass discs are the most effective shotgun ammo. I mean, I could fill them with gold statues. But, like, then if I dump lava in there, then they'll melt. So, I'm using discs because they won't melt in lava, and because they are the most effective shotgun ammo. So now a bunch of children should run up here and start filling this. And then it should just get kicked up there and sit here. Hey, Graniteer. It's good to see you. All right, I'm in stockpile. Collect sand. Push track vehicle. Currently pushing sandbags in an invisible minecart. You never saw a shotgun in action before? Maybe we'll get to see one in action today. Donk. Miracle. A child's been missing for a week. Oh, God. I had so many random things just die in the last minute. At least none of them are named. What, that a child's been missing? Yeah, it does get a little dark, doesn't it? Oh, never mind. So's Goat Swarm. Goat Swarm has also been missing for a week. I don't know what's going on. I've got dwarves and kids disappearing. They're probably just getting caught in that lava flow, but like... It is marked as a do not travel area, so I consider it to be their own fault. I also should really just plug the hole. Yeah, but these are children. Children don't die of old age. And also, old age death only happens on the 1st of spring. Yeah, like you said. Yes, I ran a single fort for 470 years once. I'm well aware of what happens on the 1st of spring. But that was a child, both of them. Children don't die of old age. The longest went 85. Yeah. We were going for 1,000 with that particular fort, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen because this version came out and saves were not compatible, so moved on. Your oldest forts are 4 to 5 years old. Don't compare the amount of time you put into video games to idiots like me, please. Okay, hold on. Why did you just kick that off? You're supposed to wait until it's 100% full. Oh, I see, because once it's full of desired items. I want it to be full first. Grr. It really is. Analysis. You can also zoom in and out in ASCII. You had the king and queen come to your fort when it became the capital, and they were both around 160, and they were still having kids. Huh. I mean, good on him, I suppose. You've gotten 60 FPS constantly. How many dwarves? Yeah, 53 dwarves. Yep. No, I mean, this fort's laggy because this is a big fort with a lot going on in it. And a lot of like weird liquid physics and things. But yeah, if I were to put this fort back onto an older branch, it would probably be unplayably slow. And if I zoom in to about there, I sit at like 30 frames, which is fine. Obviously, I'd like it to be higher, but 30 frames is totally fine. Okay, is somebody coming to get that track? Nice track vehicle. You have 40 with 132 pop. That's also pretty good. Your forts are designed for FPS, though. Not pretty. Oh, that's fine. And also, you know, like Sal says, she locks her frame rate at 30 anyway because she says that it's easier to watch. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think you can kind of get away with having big fancy forts. You can't refuse all the bards asking to join. I mean, you can. You absolutely can. Store item in vehicle. So all the kids are now going to run up here and start loading my shotguns. Sweet. And this has been all locked off. Oh god, there's a bunch of corpses back there. That's unfortunate. They like the place so much that they want to stay, and you have to say no. You just can't. I mean, you very much can, but you know, you build your fortress the way you see fit, right? It's your fortress, and you are the overseer. You had one fort that had so many bards. There were almost 3 times as many bards as there was actual dwarves. I had that problem with the hot potato fort when I got it and looked at it. I was like, wow, like 2/3 of this population. Like, for the charity stream, it's like, wow, 2/3 of this population is bards. This is suboptimal. Which was a fantastic event if you missed it. That thing was so much fun to run. For reference, this channel and our community here, which I'm extremely proud of, we raised $12,500 for charity, which I am thrilled about, shall we say. The great cleansing will happen anyway, so true. I mean, if you're planning to just set them all on fire eventually, you might as well. Getting DF to hack to work with the experimental has been quite the effort. I wouldn't bother. Personally, I would if you are that dedicated to using DF hack, just wait for them to update it. You've been deep in that rabbit hole. The reason I don't recommend that rabbit hole is because they will update one thing on the behind the scenes and it'll break it again. Like, the reason that the DF hack guys aren't updating it for the experimental branch is because they are updating the experimental branch often enough with things that will break DF hack that it's just not worth doing. Just wait for the mainline branches. Oh, never mind then. I'm sorry for your loss in that case. I was told by somebody the other day that they weren't going to. Or I guess you guys weren't going to. But... This is what I get for trusting, like, Twitch chat. On it for the past 2 weeks. All right, well, good luck. Be neat when it works. Also, you have a good night, Quirkus. Yeah, I'm not much of a DF hack user. It makes things... You told people... Maybe that's what the person was echoing then, if you told people not to get their hopes up. I don't know. I personally, I don't think you guys should update it for the experimental branch. Just keep it on the main branch. Because, like, the experimental branch is for, like, bug testing vanilla, right? Well, I guess, like, DF hack does have a bunch of features that make bug testing and looking for bugs easier, but I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Yep, ad break. Shoutouts to an anonymous gopher for throwing a sub at Rome of Oxtrot. Jack, can I get a couple beers? Yes, I intended to say gopher. Yeah, that's why you got an ad, devilish potato. I'm trying not to talk much until this round's over. How we doing here? Wee, lots of discs. That'll hurt when it hits. Why is finding room value kicking your butt? I don't know. Why is it? I know that's like the mean response. I guess I don't really know what you're asking. What do you mean by why is finding room value kicking your butt? What do you mean by finding room value? But before the ad hit, what I was kind of rambling about was that like I was initially saying like the experimental branches should be for bug testing vanilla, but DFHack does make it easier to bug test shit. I just feel like it might end with them getting false reports, which wouldn't be positive. You're not able to locate it in game. A lot of rooms you don't need to know the value of. Places. Yeah, no, you don't need to know the value of it unless it's like what's it called? Like a guild hall. If you go to guild halls and you just click this, it'll tell you the value of it right there. So that's the value of this guild hall. But aside from guild halls and temples, which you find the value of by clicking on the building, clicking on the magnifying glass, and it telling you, you don't actually need to see that number. But yeah, you need a bookkeeper to actually get that number in the first place. So you need a bookkeeper, and they need an office assigned to them to get that number in the first place. Otherwise, you just won't get that number. The game just won't surface it for you. That's 15%. So this is 15% full. Gotta love it. Yay, chat, we did it. We helped. Let's make 500 of each of these. Because I need a lot of them. It's a lot of slicing. Well, I do have sieges turned up to like 1,000 possible entities. I cranked it up to the maximum that the game lets you right now. And we had a siege of like 600 yesterday. So I need a lot of firepower. The game was still running at like 10 to 15 FPS, which is shocking to me. I'm imagining them like, I'm imagining it like you know, when you walk into a record store and all the records are in like in milk crates or in crates. I'm imagining it like a record crate, except like not in sleeves. So they're just like side by side like that. So when they slam, they go boom out like that. They kind of do look like cabbages. And I need to say, do not walk here. Do not walk here. Do walk here and here and here. And then definitely walk around here. Pretty much, yeah, death to all those who enter the line of fire. Because if somebody is standing like right here when this gets kicked, they're gonna be flat. They look like green pies. To me, they kind of look like weird buttons. Or like patches that have been sewn onto a piece of clothing. They kind of look like iron-on patches that my sister used to buy for her jeans. Pox. Blast from the past, that. You would love serrated glass. No, that would like slice your thumb open when you'd go to pop a button out. Also, devilish potato. I gotta keep the consortium of potatoes subbed, so. And we ain't hitting that sub goal anytime soon, so here you go. You heard quartz have a very sharp edge, but breaks too easily? What, like to make knives out of or something? In the year 111, she was accepting remembering being caught in the rain in the year 101. Took her a decade. Hey, you know, there's things that I'm still mad about that happened to me 10 years ago, so. I would say not so ridiculous to think about. Let's make another 100 cloth loincloths, by the way. I'm starting to see them everywhere. Means dwarves are stripping. Means they want new clothing. It's a lot of discs. A lot of slicey dicey. All right, let's see how our glass industry doing. Well, I mean, it's pretty good. And dwarves running over to there and grabbing black sand bags and filling these up, except I want the discs job to be prioritized over the collect sand job, because turns out I've got a lot of actually, you know what, let's just do it this way. Let's go collect sand and maximum of 3 shops. The majority of these just don't end up with that job. Just I don't need them doing it. You thought that that was a farm at a quick glance? What, you thought that those discs were like cabbages or something being grown? Imploded command? Or implode command? Yeah, I don't know. I don't find I don't catch myself doing the weird, oh god, what is that so much in this version just because of the tile set, but like, man, back in the day when everybody was using a different tile set, there would be times where I would just like tune into a stream or something and just like look at the thing and going like, what in the hell is that? Oh yeah, true, if you're looking on a phone, that is quite small. But it's like, what the hell is that? It's like, I don't even know. I don't even know what that is. What even is that? Like, I used to, like, when I'd be swapping tile sets and stuff and, like, looking at things and being like, hold on, what is that? Oh, it was always this weird moment of, like, you had to decode it in your brain to figure out exactly what you're looking at. But, you know, regardless. I'm really kind of hoping that we can get this functioning today and get a nice big siege to test it on. I think that would be a bunch of fun. Oh, for fudge's sake. So where monitor lizard? This appears to be more interested in knocking over my statues than actually going after my dwarves, which is good for us. It's exactly why I have these statues. Did you just get caught in a cage? Gimli has created an asymmetrical cave spider silk tunic and offers it and claims it as a personal treasure. I thought they were cage avoid. Are they not? Also, can I just say it's hysterical that when they get put into a cage trap, they just have the moon sprite? Not the were-lizard sprite? That is funny. That is some inscript, like, what the hell? Take that, Zelda. Moons everyone. Yeah, he's just mooning everybody. That is funny. That's no moon. No, it's a monitor lizard. Well, we're gonna have to do something with that, right? Like, that's kind of amazing. I'm also gonna have to rebuild all these traps now. I didn't even know that, like, they were cage trappable. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be trap avoid anyway. Oh well. Whatever. Not complaining. Where they the cavern depth icon? Where are they the cavern depth icon? You mean this icon? What about it? Why is there a thing with a Forgotten Beast sprite in your tavern? It's probably a Necromancer experiment. If you click on it, go to health and go to description, it'll say who made it if it's a Necromancer experiment. Necromancer experiments are basically like Frankenstein's monsters made by necromancers. They're quite cool. I quite like them. But they can be a little bitey. But fortunately, they're not like, you know, actually dangerous to your dwarves if they're just visiting. How valuable is moonrock to dwarves? So I know of moonrock as like the type of weed. But how valuable is moonrock? I don't know. I don't think the dwarves are capable of mining moonrock, shall we say. When full of desired items, yep. And we'll call this pause shotgun 2. And we'll add another minecart to it. In your cage trap Forgotten Beasts, they display the cavern sprite icon instead of the Forgotten Beast sprite. Really? Huh. I mean, I know how to do that with like webs and stuff. I just haven't bothered in this version because I think it's far too cheesy. That's funny. I didn't know. I mean, it makes sense actually because like that's what it shows in this screen, right? So it would show this sprite instead. That's funny. Elves are attacking you with giant mantises? Dude, that's rad. Also, giant mantises are fucking scary in adventure mode. Like, that is actually terrifying, dude. Not something you want to get attacked by. I can confirm. And they fly. Yeah, they have wings. Better you than me, exactly. The scariest elven siege I ever got hit by, they were riding... Well, they were a goblin enslaved elven group, and they attacked me with a giant undead ravens. And they kept diving into the local volcano I had, and then dive bombing into my fort. So they'd like set themselves on fire and then just fall into my fortress. And there was hundreds of them. It was terrifying. Like, genuinely terrifying. The path of least resistance was through the lava? I mean, not really. But I think they just, you know, would like glide. I guess it kind of was the path of least resistance. There certainly was resistance. The resistance was the lava. All right, let's go see if that artifact is still there. Yes, it is. This is an asymmetrical cave spider silk tunic. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cave spider silk and encircled with bands of wagon wood. How the fuck did we get wagon wood? I thought that was removed from the game. Unless, like, random wagons showing up from off map are made out of wagon wood. Because, like, the starting wagon is made out of something else. Must have domesticated a wagon. It is made with spikes of cave spider silk and andesite. On the item is an image of pant drilled in microcline. The microcline amulet in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Moma's crested bodice, the dwarf, and one-humped camel leather. On the item is an image of two white storks in tetrahedrite. On the item is an image of a oat in bismuth. Naturally, we butchered a wagon. The wagon died. Well, I know that we had one wagon get broken, but I just kind of assumed that all wagons were... I haven't clicked on anymore. You're at a loss? You gotta take some screenshots of that fight and post it on the Discord. You gotta. You just gotta. We're bringing up another vehicle. That's the first one. First one is 48% full. Wagons don't have bones, they just have wood. Although there was one time in a very old version of this video game where I managed to somehow get wagon blood in a barrel. I don't know how, but I did. So I told Tarn about that and he was mildly confused. But I still don't know how it happened, so all I know is that it happened. Telling Artho, that is quite the win. Congratulations. Now I'm wondering if you're joking or if it's actually possible to butcher a wagon at the butcher shop if it dies on your map. Because the only reason wagons can move is because the game considers them creatures. But because they don't have a sex definition, I don't think they can make babies. So no baby wagons, unfortunately. It's true. The only reason wagons move is because the game considers them to be living creatures. They are the only entirely enslaved race of non-breeding endangered animals in dwarf form. Us talking about wagons or like the dude that looks like a forgotten beast? I mean, if you share screenshots, then we can take a look. Wagons were grazing on the gold coins in the field. It's like some dwarven Valhalla situation. I also love the fact that my dwarves decided to, of course, make a statue of a worm man and put it outside of the, you know, Military training spot. They're all just hanging out there training. Also, do I have soldiers that just straight up have no armor? I'm going to reassign all of their uniforms. Okay, so not quite enough boots for everybody, but it's okay. We'll just do iron low boots. We'll just do 10 iron low boots. That'll do it. I don't know. Implode command. That is entirely up to you and your headcanon, I would say. Also feel like I should make a little spot for them to hang out up here. Like, make a dining hall right here. The skull on the beginning of my name was gone. Wait, what? Oh, like in front of a Twitch badge? Yeah, Twitch badges disappear sometimes for no real discernible reason. Can I just dig this stairwell all the way down? Almost. Yeah. Is this a newish fort? Nah, I've been playing in Heatstone now for like 2 weeks. To the point where like I'm kind of planning on retiring it soon-ish. By that I mean probably like Tuesday. I'll do it today and tomorrow probably, at the very least. So I'll either retire it tomorrow or I will retire it on Tuesday. Because it's, you know, we're at like 22 years now. And it's getting a little laggy even in the experimental build, and it's like, you know, needs work. No end goals for this fort? I achieved all of them. So, I mean, I don't really feel like digging to get Mountain Home. I'm kind of happy with being the capital. I've done that in a few recent forts, and it's so fucking tedious to dig down to find adamantine now. So I really don't want to do that. Huh. So it seems to be like either a brute or some other type of night creature. Because it's not a necromancer creature. So it's some sort of, hold on, let me just open up this image. It's some sort of brute and or night creature. I mean, it's a former master of the noiseless evils, which is probably a goblin civilization. And if it was a master of a goblin civilization, then this is some ancient demon from before time that lives on the surface. So if this dwarf, if this creature was actually a master, if the noiseless evils is a goblin civilization, then somehow they got imprisoned in the League of Monastery, whatever that is. Somehow got outcast from their goblin civ. Yeah, so this was probably a goblin king. That or, yeah, either a former goblin king or a current goblin king on an adventure. Well, this is common culture for goblins to make goblin, like, they murder each other all the time and make crafts out of each other. That's just like standard goblin hobbies. Normal goblin behavior. My day has been pretty okay. How's yours? No, I mean, goblins will show up with goblin bone crowns all the time. Everybody goes on about how elves are evil. Oh. How in the world did I manage that? I think I just killed like 8 dwarves. Mr. Tapok, Dumas, Duras, the Scoid. Shit. Got them locked in a spot they're not supposed to be. Actually, that might also kill them. Let's just go down here. Oh, there we go. It's released. You guys can run. Oh no, we just lost Urist. If they make it out. Come on, you guys. I'm gonna follow Mr. Tapok. Not the first time I've done that in this fort. This is what they call a dwarven oopsie. That's the Scoid. These are the 2 named dwarves in here. Come on, you 2. Go get a drink. No, that wouldn't count for missing. They're only missing if they're already dead. Why don't you get a drink from a closer barrel? Okay. Well, this dwarf is no longer going to be dehydrated because they're getting their drink. Now you're just hungry. Oof. Yes, missing means they're already dead. You won't get a missing notification for a dwarf that's trapped somewhere. You'll only get missing notifications for a dwarf that's already dead. Just eating a plump helmet. Whew. Well, that sucked. I did, in fact, just save Mr. Tapok. Pack smack. All right, so I'm going to get this one kicked, and we're going to test this. So I'm kicking this shotgun down here. This is going to be our test of our shotguns. So the way we're going to test this is I'm going to turn this off, and I'm going to jump over to the shotgun lock, and we're going to open this up. And we're going to wait the dwarves to all get out of here, which they should pretty quick. I'm going to make sure that there's no dwarves standing in there. There's just that one. Who's currently making rock blocks, so we'll need to wait for you to walk by again. Also, I can just deconstruct that drawbridge. We'll make sure that that doesn't happen again. Child's still playing... Wait, hold on. You're not starving to death, are you? No, you're just playing make-believe. All right. So I need dwarves to get out of this hallway. Raw meat, what kind of dwarf would you like? With a name like Raw Meat, I would imagine a butcher. But, hey, Metalhead. Axe dwarf with a beard. I think I have some axe dwarves, and I think they might have beards. The only bearded axe dwarf I have is already named, who's Disco. I do have several spear dwarves. I have... Most of these are ladies. Yeah, the only bearded military dwarves I have are spears. So if a spear dwarf is okay, I can give you a spear dwarf. No beard then? Okay, so axe without beard. Alrighty, I'll give you the happier one. Raw meat. Yes, you are in fact still alive, Panda. Considering how pissed your dwarf was, I'm kind of surprised. Raw meat is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She lacks confidence in her abilities when undertaking sorry, let me try this again. She lacks confidence in her abilities. She is confident under pressure, and she dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She's assertive and she doesn't seek out excitement. She is trusting and she is quite ambitious, and she has a sense of humor and points and shakes her finger when she's angry. Charge with her finger up. She personally does not respect the law and values hard work and dreams of crafting a work of mastery someday. She likes hematite, bronze, and morion, as well as giant mink tooth and gizzard stones and helms and catapult parts and the words of the true teacher and the sound of the lace of adoring, and when possible prefers to consume cranberry wine. You have one notable kill. You killed a goblin, and you've killed a dwarf before in Heatstone. We've been attacked by dwarves, so it probably wasn't one of mine. Probably. Her aquamarine eyes are round. Her ears are splayed out. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her hair is tan, and her skin is dark peach. She is wielding an iron battle axe and has no friends, and worships the god of death and disease, just like me. Okay, so shotgun lock is the one I want. Okay, so I'm looking in here. There is nobody currently in there. If you do stand there, dwarf, feel free. Just note that you will get pulverized. Just need this to get kicked. Just gonna add this back to this zone. Oop. There it goes. Okay, so now it just... Oh, no, I don't want you to go pick it up. I guess I need to kick it and then forbid it. That's the way I need to do this. A little bit of micromanagement. Ironically, like, we've had quite a few deaths in this fort recently, Disco, but not very many named dwarves. Which I think is kind of funny. I need somebody... Push. What, the vampire? Yeah, the vampire still lives in the same spot, hasn't moved, Nora. Still same spot. I need somebody who's coming to push. Specifically kick it. Wait, what? Did it get pushed? You're going to go place track vehicle. Oh, it did. Okay, sweet. I didn't see it get pushed. Anyway, it's up there now, and it's forbidden, so nobody will come push it. They'll just leave it there. And then what I can do is we can now go over to this, pull this lever, and watch this thing get fired. So this is going to be a test fire of my minecart shotgun. This should work. There's no reason it shouldn't, but we are going to test fire it. So chat room, grab your eyeballs and glue them to the screen for a second, because we're about to fire a shotgun. And hopefully there's no dwarves in the way when it hits the bottom. Otherwise, they will no longer be dwarves. They will all be dead. It's... Uh-oh. You just walked where you're not supposed to walk, Dwarf. 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 Okay, Dwarf moved. Dwarf gone. Dwarf get to live today. Doop doop doop. Doop doop. There it goes. Boing. Well, I think it's safe to say that it waked. Holy shit, look how far those went. Oh my god. Well, not bad for one minecart. All right, so let's unforbid that and get this shit cleaned up. And that was one minecart. I'm actually kind of curious. Is this? I don't think move turn forward is currently bound. It's under fortress. Pause resume. One step. Oh, is it on period? Repeat. Okay. It just unpauses right now. Because I wanted to do that one. Is there a particular reason why this is just unpausing the game? Don't repeat, delayed repeat, fast repeat, don't repeat. It should be on don't repeat, right? No wonder people suggest shotguns against clowns. Oh, absolutely. Just as you looked away, you could clip it. Yeah, I don't know. That should work as a because I'd like to do this as single tile, but. And that's only 60% full. And that was just one cart. So, you know. But the dwarves can just run in here and, you know, go collect them. Fortunately, they're also very light. One of the reasons I'm using glass discs instead of other materials for discs is glass discs weigh nothing. I have a question to people who maybe know more about minecarts than me. If I forbid it here, will they still fill it? When I call this run the disc world, nah, no, not really. You've posted the screenshots of the utter chaos. I will go take a peek in a sec. Simply placing some tables up here so that all of the dwarves that, you know, are constantly filling stuff up here can get some meals at a little dining room here while they gaze upon the glory of the destruction that they're going to cause with the shotguns that they've built here. Once I get this last one constructed, I'm going to take a peek at these screenshots. Oh my god. Yeah, giant mantises are one of those things that you do not want to run into in adventure mode. Because they grab and pull. Like, they have two giant sets of scissors on their hands, and they do this, and they grab, and they just rip. Yeah, that is truly monstrous. It seems like your next fort calls for revenge. That's the only logical direction to go. Also, since we're stuck in a saving screen again, Streamer is going to take this opportunity to remind everybody, if you like this stream, and you also like mugs, we have a collection of mugs that you can purchase from my merch store, !merch in the chat, and they hold hot liquids as advertised. I've used one. My dad bought this one, and it does in fact hold hot liquids. They're also machine washable. We also have a lovely goblin shirt if you would like to elect a goblin mayor. Or maybe you want to be a gremlin master. We have that too. Maybe you just want a fortress of dwarves on your chest. You could have that too. Many cool things. And my shipping is faster than the official merch. Unlike the official merch, I don't run out of stock. Insect world is so dynamic with the two top given moment, but the general, if you're an insect, you don't want to fuck with a mantis. Yeah, no, mantises are mean. They are mean. Big meanies. Big unpleasant meanies. Oh, cool. They're going to shut my water off on June 1st. Awesome. Please see. I get an email from my landlord or the company that maintenances my unit, and it's just like, it's only okay. It's only from 9 a.m. until noon. That's fine. I guess I need to make sure to have water in my fridge before 9 a.m. and noon. What day of the week is June 1st? That's a Thursday. I'll be streaming. I'll have my coffee made by then. I probably won't even know. Every female mantis ever. I mean, isn't that most living entities? Fuck around and find out. You can never be too careful. I might as well just fill my bathtub up, right? You will definitely be getting 2 of the metal shirt when it stays in stock, but currently you have plenty of blind shirts to wear until then. Yeah. No, I mean it's fine. They need to I'm curious about how quickly these are refilling. It's behind my camera. But this one's already 15%. That was the test fire one, and the other one's only at 3% right now. Sandbags are moving. This dwarf of vampire is getting an unhappy thought from Stoder Wheelballs killing a dwarf in her sleep. Stoder Wheelballs is the vampire's alias. Oh, that's funny. The vampire's upset that they killed somebody. It's like they're talking to themselves like Golem. It's like, why would you do this? Why did we do this? Why did we have to eat them? That's kind of dark. I like it. Kind of the plan, Metalhead, is to do a... Well, there's two things I really want to do. I want like a set of shirts where we have like Goblin Mayor, Gremlin Mayor, Elven Mayor, Kobold Mayor, and Dwarven Mayor. You know? Like elect dwarf kind of thing. And then I also really want to do, like, because you know how we did, like, the fake brewery one? I want to do a metal band with, like, fake tour dates on the back. But the part for tour dates, the tour dates on the back, I'm thinking every single one of the tour dates is, like, a different location, like, in Dwarf Fortress style text. Or something like that. So I do kind of want to do a fake metal band shirt, but I don't want to do that one for a while. Previous forts? Oh, fuck. That's a good idea. Thank you. We're going to do that. First show will be in Long Death. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. In the year 307. The tour of the year 307. 4th of Granite. Long Death. 18th of Granite. I don't know, something else, but... But that would unfortunately be a very expensive shirt because doing both front printing and back printing is expensive. Like the brewery shirt that I did with the shoulder prints, the back print, and the front print. I think I was making like $4 profit on those things. It wasn't much, but a spear dwarf's been founded? I beg your friggin' pardon? I've got some of the randomest deaths ever right now. I don't know what caused this dwarf to die. Yeah, I don't know. From someone about where it's at. Say it's from Canada. Just with no other context. Just say it's in Canada. Sparring out of the wild? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's covered in his own blood, so something happened. Somebody tantrumed, but, like, the tantrum is somebody who's not even, like, a threat. Maybe it's time to give my soldiers a break. Also, yeah, well done. But yeah, that's probably that's not something I'm gonna do for a while though, because that'll be those will be the limited edition ones, right? Because you know we did the fake brewery. I want to do a fake record label, a fake metal band, and I've got a few other ideas. Apparently, I'm throwing withered plump helmets out. My population even go down with that one? I wonder if that was a visitor. Might have been infection, actually. Odd. Odd, odd, odd. Yeah, I had a couple of problem dwarves earlier in this fort, but yesterday and today has been pretty calm since I built the mist generators. We've kind of had a lot of casualties recently, which is upsetting some dwarves again. God, it's gonna take them forever to get all of these cleaned out. You'll never forget your first lava chute that was too short and melted dwarves after throwing a giant's corpse in. See, this is why you automate them. This is why you automate them. In a mine, I don't know. Just saying it's from Canada is like back in school age era for me. When kids were going to lie about having a girlfriend or a friend or meeting somebody, they would always say that they were from the States. And I've heard this many times that the kids in the States would say that they're from Canada. If it's just this is a person that I know that you're never going to meet that definitely doesn't exist. You would always be like, oh, well, obviously they're from Canada. So that's why I'm like, if somebody asks where the brewery's from, just say it's from Canada. She goes to another school. That's also a good way to get. But like, I live so close to the border here. Like, it might as well be there. My girlfriend is from Canada. You wouldn't know her. Exactly. There. You know exactly what I mean. No fake girlfriends from Mexico? I mean, fake girlfriends from Mexico would be like if you live close to the Mexican border, right? How are you doing? Isolated after being unable to find somebody in charge to yell at. Hang in there, Cole. The card's locked, they still fill it? I mean, they're not locked. What? Let's try locking it now. Let's see if they still fill it. No, they don't. You're about 3.5 hours from the USCA border. See, then it's believable. Right? Also, there's enough breweries here that don't have a public storefront, don't have a tasting room, don't have any kind of connection to any restaurants, and just show up occasionally on tap at bars or occasionally in more specialty liquor stores. There's enough breweries in this area that brewery that was a fake brewery for a piece of merchandise that I sold a couple months ago, which is now off sale because it was a limited edition thing. That t-shirt very much could be a real brewery. Very much could be. Because like there are so many breweries here that's like, you've never heard of this, but it's on tap right now, so buy it. Super common around here. Yeah, let's just make some more minecart routes. This one will be paused, and it's going to be shotgun 3. I'm going to regret making this many. All, except all, pull from here. And when full, kick north. And, add an iron minecart to it. Oh. Human Keeper of the Seal arrived. We trading? You guys want to buy some glass discs? Actually, no, I'm not. Those aren't for sale. Doesn't look like it. Weird. What else to do in the winter other than drink? It's not that cold here. Like, literally, Vancouver's not that cold. It kind of gets that reputation because it's part of Canada, but Vancouver's pretty pansy warm. That being said, it's also like not cold enough for some people. So like if you are used to super cold and then you move here for some reason for work or something, people just complain about the rain all, the rest of the year because it's like, it does get kind of crappy weather here. We don't really get snow either. That's the thing. Like, yeah, it gets cold, but we don't really get snow. Like, we'll get maybe 1 or 2 weeks a year of, like, really thick, out-of-nowhere snow, but not super common. Pacific Northwest, yeah, it's because we get those nice warm winds blowing up from California and fucking tropical storms coming over from Hawaii, and it's a valley, so we keep all the heat in. So, I mean, if you like temperatures around 0 Celsius and rain for 6 months of the year, I got a place for you to move to. It's Vancouver, Canada. Which kind of sucks because there's like this large group of people that will move here temporarily, love living here, and then leave because they're just like, rain's too much. It's like, get an umbrella. The fuck? I've never been to Norway, but I don't know. I like it here. We get lots of rain, which means the cities are clean. Don't tell them that. I'm just salty because no comment. Somebody I know is like moving away because it doesn't get cold enough here in the winter. Which is funny because somebody else I know just moved here to get away from the cold winters. So, I guess it kind of is what it is. Puget Sound is such a funny word. Like Puget. It doesn't look like it's pronounced. I swear it must be somebody's last name, and to be honest, I've been too lazy my entire life to look it up. Although I can give you a list of reasons to never move to Vancouver, and none of them are rent. For people who don't, for the people who want me to make sure that people don't move here. Don't move to Vancouver. The nightlife is terrible. Don't move to Vancouver. There's almost no culture of its own anymore. All of the culture has been completely demolished and had roads built on it. All of the areas that used to be great and awesome to hang out in are now, demolished almost entirely, which is perfectly given as an example of Stanley Park, which is like the central beautiful park in the middle of Vancouver, in the middle of the bay, has a road going all the way through it. They turned that road into a bike-only road for the duration of the pandemic. Anyway, they just removed all those bike lanes, and now it's just a clusterfuck. Our public transit is fantastic, but it's loud as shit because it's above ground. We have a ghost. Kosoth. Our public transit is great. The problem with our public transit is it's above ground SkyTrains. I should shut up because it's party time. And because people refuse to pay higher transit fares and also refuse to raise their taxes to pay for public transit and make it better, the tracks just keep getting louder because they don't maintenance them properly because they can't afford it.
وماما سيرب قتل
But yeah, no. Vancouver is actually just one of like 3 cities in Canada that I can realistically live in. Because if I were to move to almost any other major Canadian city that has a metropolitan area, I would not be able to live there because most of them have no public transit. Our public transit's pretty great, and I quite like our public transit. It's just kind of loud because, like I said, they don't maintenance the tracks well enough usually, although they're starting to get better about that because people are actually starting to complain. That's incredible, analysis. That is incredible. You've found yourself a fun world. You took so much care in generating it, you're glad? What did you change to get so many weird creatures like that? I haven't seen a worm man yet. I barely ever even see animal creatures. Let alone worm people. Alright, well, we're just gonna let those load for a little bit. I could also just fill them with whatever weapons. There's a bunch of dwarves that, like, didn't get their weapons and such, so let's just fix this. Definitely blow boots in here. Yeah, that was also, like, Seattle's public transit from, like, over a decade ago. That was a real long time ago. Well, one ghost put to rest. Also, I'm starting to think that it maybe was like the 5 ghosts that I have in my fort right now that were causing trouble with those dwarves randomly dying. Because they can, like, make dwarves go insane and shit. I mean, isn't that, like, what you're supposed to do? Technically? Supposed to ride public transit, right? Makes perfect sense. Just watching this process. Worm Man looks so dapper. Worm Man is kind of terrifying, but it does work. Tart's pretty good. Better than Bart. Here we just have Skytrain. You have a dingo man in your fort currently, and he came to kill monsters and has spent his time sleeping on the floor. I mean, sounds like a dog, yeah. You were about to say Bart. It's like, what's your public transit called? Skytrain. What's your public transit called? Bart? Or certainly sounds more futuristic. I mean, I've been uploading a lot of them. Paxmac. So you're more than welcome to try to eat them. I don't know if I'd recommend it, though. They don't pay very good in ad revenue, so... Got you. I don't know about that. I don't know. I've never been on Bart, so I couldn't tell you if Bart is terrible or not. I'm kind of tempted to just throw weapons in general into this. The problem is most of them, a lot of them are going to get melted. Here it says 13 characters. Bart, are you public transit for the Bay Area? I mean, generally people that get murdered by our public transit get murdered by it because they jumped in front of it. And you know, I don't know if I blame the public transit on that. I think that's more of a citywide issue. I'm going to go and expand the scale of our glass forges because I feel like we need more of them. I ain't making these. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Well, that's a bad decision made by them. But yeah, we're going to expand this area a little bit because, you know, this clearly ain't enough. It clearly ain't working fast enough. Clearly. More glass, less problems. And Dallas has Dart. Dart's a good one, though. I like Dart. Here we just have Handy Dart. It's to transport seniors. I don't know anything about Dallas's public transit, but aside from that city planning YouTuber I watch occasionally comments about how it's really bad, so... Or, air quotes, might as well not exist. What does Florida... No public transit, probably. But also, Florida is a state and not a city, whereas Dallas is a city, not a state. Because by that logic, then... Yeah, Dallas would be Tart. That's Texas. Used the bus for a while when you worked in downtown Dallas. Gotcha. I'm always amazed that Dallas and Houston even have public transit when I hear people talk about it. Because, like, when I'm going to travel somewhere, you know what I do first? I literally go to my phone, I go to the airport, and I plot routes around the city to places I would want to go. And see how many of them I can do it reasonably via bus. And if I can't do it via bus reasonably, I just don't bother going because it's going to, like, triple the cost of my trip to just pay for Ubers constantly or taxis. Because that's the only other way to get around, really. And realistically, I can't afford to travel like that. I'm very much I live within my means kind of person, and I've never really had a lot of money, so whenever I did travel previously, it was like, well, if I can't just, like, public transit everywhere, I'm just not gonna go. And that went for, like, work events, professional events, like, other things, like, it just doesn't matter. I just wouldn't go. Rent or drive, but then license. Yeah, I mean, as somebody who can't drive legally, I know how to drive, an automatic, but I can't legally drive. I don't have a driver's license. So, it doesn't matter. Like, renting isn't an option. So, but I can't afford to take cabs everywhere. Basically, there's certain places in the world that I literally can't afford to travel to until I can afford a private chauffeur, because kind of screw just, you know, having to take, like, taxis everywhere, and I can't rent a car, so... That's also the reason why I still live here, even though the rent is so high. It's like, I don't particularly like where I live. I don't like the portion of Vancouver, because I don't live in Vancouver, technically. I live in Surrey. I don't like Surrey. I wish I didn't live here. Vancouver has crappy nightlife. Surrey just doesn't have nightlife. Like, there is none. There's one bar that I can go to, and it closes at 10. That actually has young people at it. Every other one of the bars is like either the frickin' Legion or, like, not a bar that I would be welcome in. So it's like, there's one bar I can go to, and that doesn't require a train. And the rent is too damn high. And somehow it's getting more car-centric, which I'm continuously perplexed by. So I stay here because I can get around places, and I can go places. I can move around the city without, you know, getting stuck constantly. Like somebody that I know just moved to Edmonton. He drives. He has a truck. He has like 4 trucks, actually, I think. He drives, and he did that because he could buy a house for like $300,000. Whereas here it would be more than double. It's like, fuck Edmonton, but do what you gotta do. I'm just like rambling about personal problems at this point. Someone in YouTube comments on an older video suggested that I just make a podcast, which is just me talking about my life for an hour and just upload that. But man, that seems so self-absorbed. Cars are freedom. There's a really good TikTok, which always feels like a dumb thing to say out loud. There's a really good TikTok, and it's this girl with like long purple hair, and she's like, you know, and she's like walking along what I think is a highway in Texas. It looks kind of like Houston, as I've seen so many pictures of those overpasses and highways. She's walking along like an 8 to 12 lane freeway, and she's just like shouting at this TikTok, at her phone to like record this TikTok. And she's just like, you know, I just thought of a really cool setting for a cyberpunk kind of, what's the word she used? She said cyberpunk dystopia where everybody needed to use mechs to get around. And then if you couldn't afford to get to work with your mech, you would lose your employment and possibly get evicted and get your mechs taken away. And she's just like talking about like using mechs as an allegory for cars, and then it like cuts and she's like in a Walmart parking lot, and she's like ducking underneath like windows from giant like pickup trucks and shit, and there's like cars zooming by her, and she's just like talking about how how you would need to take these giant mech suits in to like go get your groceries because traveling to and from home was so dangerous, because if you walked you would just get crushed by somebody else in a mech. She just keeps talking about this, and it just like keeps escalating, and then eventually it's like, yeah, she's obviously talking about cars. It's very funny. And it's like, also you have to pay like extortion levels amount of money to be able to afford your mech. Steps out of the way of a truck that's coming by. It's like, I want to say I saw it reposted on Reddit somewhere. I like self-aware satire like that. It's entertaining. We're going to go down here, and we're going to rip out most of these ramps, so hopefully I don't accidentally torch a dwarf. again? You'll be in a car a lot, so buy a car that's nicer so that you hate it less. I hate that. That is awful. Like, genuinely. It makes sense, though. I get it. Like, you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, when cities like Houston, the only, like, logic that I can come to in my brain for why it exists the way it is it just kind of happened and nobody likes it, but the people who live there are just kind of Stockholm syndromed into believing that it's normal. Also, F's for those who lost investments. Good win, Sanic. Yeah, I guess it's not Stockholm syndrome because that would only happen in Stockholm, right? Yeah, you can't get Stockholm syndrome in Houston. Yes, you are correct. Thank you for correcting me. I see that you also watch Not Just Bikes. Casualty. I'm just proud of my parents, because my parents are some of the few people in their age category around here who completely agree with all of this. Who is home stocking? It's a good question. Definitely not Sherlock. You should watch Not Just Bikes. Let me give you a link. Best Canadian YouTuber who doesn't live in Canada. Adam Something is also pretty good, but he goes a little off the wall sometimes. And there's a pretty good podcast that the host of Not Just Bikes hosts called The Urbanist's Agenda, which is kind of fantastic. Let's knock out that. Hopefully nobody torches themselves. That would be kind of unfortunate. Let's just forbid all of these boulders. And set this down here as a no-go zone. And set here as a go-go zone. Here it come. Oh Lord, lava coming. Here it go. Well, there's your problem. I like podcasts with on the nose names. It amuses me. All right, let's throw down some more of these. And expand the glass. Yeah, this is absolutely becoming my favorite way now to do lava forges with like these open lava pits. It just looks so nice. This whole thing just looks rad. Absolutely rad. A fellow of taste. I like that line. I'm going to steal that one. Got a artifact taking off. My Aegis. Biggest nature center to you is half the size of the golf course. You mean like the biggest patch of forest? So I don't want to dox myself, but just look up Hawthorne Park, Surrey, BC. Because there's like 8 different, because Hawthorne Park is this huge park that just spans the entirety of the city pretty much. And there's like city blocks in like kind of nestled in between chunks of it. So almost no matter what direction I walk in, I will get to a portion of Hawthorne Park within a couple of minutes and can just walk into the forest and just be in a forest. One thing I do really like about here. There's like, I just went onto Google Maps and typed in Hawthorne Park, Surrey. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different areas that are all considered to be part of Hawthorne Park. Let's see if I can do this without doxing myself. Here, I'll take a screenshot, a very careful screenshot. With a certain thing turned off so it doesn't say where I live. I do live somewhere in this region, but... no, I can't do this safely. I will open this up in a safe menu, and then I will do it that way. Private. And how is the Hawthorne parking? It doesn't exist. So this is a screenshot of Surrey, BC, which I've taken a screenshot in safe mode, so it doesn't have my address. But you see all of this green? Like, there's Bear Creek Park. This is all Hawthorne Park. This is Hawthorne Park. This is Hawthorne Park. This is Hawthorne Park. This is Bear Creek Park, which connects to Hawthorne Park. This is Hawthorne Park. This is all turns into Fleetwood Park, and then this massive nature area. Hawthorne Park, Hawthorne Park, Hawthorne Park, Hawthorne Park, Hawthorne Park. I think that's considered part of Hawthorne Park. That's something different. They have raves there. That's technically a part of Hawthorne Park, but it's like the size of a building. This all the way down to the river and all the way up here is also Hawthorne Park, and so is all of this. So, granted, that's like not a small distance. That's like an hour. It takes an hour to drive across that. But like, go back to the rave part. Well, I mean, when even is Faded this year? June 23rd and 24th. There you go. That's the raid. Or not raid. Rave. But it appears that it's canceled in 2023, so. Which is kind of funny. Which also makes me kind of happy that it's canceled this year, because it gets real annoying seeing random-ass drunk teenagers stumbling around. At Hawthorne Park? No, you don't say that. You'd say that you'd be at Hawthorne Park on Insert Street here. Yeah, no, there's 2 different raves that happen. There's Faded in the Park, and then there's another one, which I can't remember the name of. I think the other one's happening this year. All right, so you've claimed a clothier shop, and you're just sitting there. What do you want, Aegis? Cut gems? Lots of cut gems. We've also grabbed nothing so far. I could just butcher. It's like, just default butcher an animal. I don't think it's cut gems. Should be good on gems. I don't know. Let's just keep an eye on the store for a sec. To crush my enemies when I hear the lamentations of them. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of fucked up to think that we are in a position now where I can just, you know, talk about the things that I get to do close to this city in the same sentence as complaining about this city. But like, you know, this was like just a day trip hike that I took a bus to that we did earlier this year. This was like a month ago. This is Quarry Rock looking out at False Creek. Very popular hiking spot. Really needs a zip line down to that island from up here. That's my official take on this thing. Would be way better if there was a zip line down to there. You know, it's like, you know, I am spoiled for nature. Very spoiled for nature. Animal hasn't been killed yet. There we go. Whoop, nope, you didn't move. Is working in the woods is the best office? Yeah, I sometimes wonder if streaming is the best job for me, but I will keep doing it until I keel over. Because not having a boss is the best kind of job. I think it might actually just be gems that he needs. Let's try that. You've been suffering in the concrete, suffocating in the concretes for way too long. Yep. One of the smartest things I started doing last year was backpacking again. Backpacking and hiking. I'm just really lucky that I both live somewhere where I can easily get out to nature and also have a friend who also doesn't drive who's willing to spend $2,000 to $5,000 on dumb camping gear and go camping with me. So that's probably pretty close to how much I've spent now in the last like 3 years on camping gear. It's probably around $3,000, maybe more. Clothing for winter camping gets expensive. Same with like sleeping bags and shit. Have you ever looked at Google Maps, a satellite view of Dakar, Bangladesh? Yikes, you've never seen a city that in need of more open and green spaces than that one? No, I've never looked at Dakar, Bangladesh. Yeah, no, I mean, like, my old job when I worked in fast food, which I did for, like, mine was 800, but it's also a Sea to Summit one, so. It's got some bells and whistles on it, shall I say. Yeah, no, my old job, like, there was spats where I loved working there. And, you know, it was just fucking working McDonald's, right? But, like, there was spats where I loved working there when I liked my boss and liked my coworkers. Those points, it was great. But the problem wasn't the good times. The problem was everything else. I do actually have a dwarf cutting gems. Also, hi, Orange. What's up? I don't know how long you've been here, but the way I have my stream set up right now, I have no idea who's lurking, so. This dwarf really wants cut gems. Just popped in, gotcha. Enjoy your lurk, sell stars. Any work when done with good people is great. Not true. Some work just sucks. But, yeah, no, in general, it certainly improves things. I don't know why this dwarf is still just sitting here. It can't be trees. Because I got wood lying like right there. I've got cut gems. What else do you want? Okay, so you've grabbed nothing. You want shining bars of metal, forest, stacked cloth, cut gems, stacked leather, maybe leather, shining bars of metal, forest, stacked cloth, stacked cloth. Let's try moving that leather down there and see what they do. Remember an arsehole dwarf wanted wooden blocks. What? They can do that? I didn't know that. I'm gonna just... I'm just gonna make one set of wooden blocks. We'll see. Yeah, actually, I would say I would rather work with unpleasant, competent people than pleasant, incompetent people. And chat, you're mostly pleasant and sometimes incompetent, but you're definitely people, so it's okay. I forgive you. Sometimes incompetent, mostly pleasant, generally smarter than me. Can I just say that I don't know if they did this intentionally, but in Canada, currently, Doom Eternal Standard Edition is on sale, and it's $13.37. No, it's fine. I've been the downer all week. I mean, I was venting on Mastodon about being depressed again, so... Who are you calling people? I mean, suspicious machinery is definitely not a people. Confirmed. Leather ain't the issue. Leather right there. It's unlikely that you want praise specifically. Or serpentine. You want dopamine? Play Vampire Survivors, Orange. Good. Secret of being only 3? Man, those must be tall kobolds. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this dwarf chat. I've kind of... I guess I'm just going to go chop down some more trees, but, like, I'm not sure what else I can do. But at this point, I'm pretty sure... Pretty sure that dwarf might just be dead. They need wagon wood. We actually have wagon wood. Or at least we did. I'm gonna go back to coursework. We'll see you tomorrow, Pack. Thanks for hanging out today. I guess that's how I'll have to do it. I am average human height, thank you very much. Yeah, but kobolds are pretty tiny, but I'll stop, like, giving you unnecessary pressure on the subject. I mean, we all know for a fact that FG squared is actually 45 otters in a trench coat. Which is why it's almost always her birthday. Need magma glass furnaces. You thought it was always her birthday? Nah, it's almost always her birthday. See, sometimes she denies it, right? To be fair, that is probably one of the most profitable chat gimmicks I've ever seen a streamer pull off. We'll swap back to Micah because I'm out Valenite. Now I'm out of Micah. Well, that's not good. Wow, frame rate got high for a second there. Nice. Yeah, I have no idea what this dwarf wants. It's like if I go to cloth, we have all 3 different types of cloth. Spider silk, sheep's wool, llama wool, alpaca wool, cave spider silk, marsh titan, and pigtail. Although, actually, here's my correction to my statement about FG's birthday. It's not her birthday when she takes a day off. There you go. We had not even the constitution for math. But you only... You know what? I'm not going to go into contextual language bullshit. It's all good. You said math, and you've awoken analysis lover. Good luck. Yeah, this dwarf's gonna die by being picky, which kind of sucks. Maybe I'll buy out the entire wagon of the next traders. Okay, how are we doing for large serrated glass discs? Well, they got the order anyway now. Yeah, I feel kind of bad. I don't like killing dwarves for no reason, but if the game doesn't give me the ability to save them, I can't really do much. What? Why did they all get canceled? Some of these haven't been canceled. Let's make 500. Oh, maybe. Oh, I know why. Because there's no sand there right now. Unless somebody is currently pushing the minecart up. Where are my sandbags at? It's 2% full, apparently. Well, they are starting to fill more pigtail bags with sand. Oh, I see. There's some. I'm assuming that they're all just like sitting up here. Well, some of them are. I guess I do need to make more collect sand jobs because I have it currently limited to only 3. Let's just do it at 15 shops, I guess. Or just set it back to all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, that's fine. Devilish potato. What kind of dwarf would you like? Bearded woodcutter. I have a woodworker. We don't really chop down wood very frequently here. But if you would like Ast Shaft Tomb, I can give you Ast Shaft Tomb. There you go. We'll go with it then. A devilish potato is resurrected and feels so fond after talking with acquaintance. Ast Shaft Tomb. Well, I mean, I just gotta say that what the subtitles came up with is even worse. Well, although it is like pro consent because it says ask Shaft to him, which is honestly better than the alter. Anyway, he has no sense of vengeance or retribution, and he despairs of anything positive happening in the future. And he lives a life without feelings of hope. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He's hanging out next to a soldier over here. He does not often feel lustful, and he has a sense of duty. He has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He's often nervous and occasionally overindulges, is curious and eager to learn, and does not seek out excitement. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes mudstone and black bronze, black pyrope and mink leather, the color dark taupe, spears and greaves and rings and pigs for their snorts, and tomatillo plants for their fruit and the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible prefers to consume pomegranate wine and absolutely hates cave spiders. No comment, Gristeth. All right. I'm going to read this dwarf's description. He is very short and skinny. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. I think that's because this was one of the dwarves that was locked in the hallway for a while until they almost starved to death. His short hair is neatly combed. He has he has a very broad square chin. His emerald eyes are slightly wide set. And his skin is pale brown, and his eyelashes are somewhat something. I'm also going to give you wood cutting so you can go pick up equipment. His emerald eyes are slightly wide set, his hair is sepia, and his skin is pale brown, and his eyelashes are somewhat short. All right, so I'm going to let you guys follow. You got a forgotten beast, don't forget about it. I'm going to let you guys follow this dwarf around for a moment. I'm going to go get me my sandwich, because it's 4:45, and I haven't eaten lunch yet. So... Streamer hungry. I be right backy. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. I just want to say once again, shoutouts and thank you to everybody who spent time here today. Thanks for, watching stream and whatnot and doing all the thing you do. Burger! That's a burger. Is that literally just like straight off the McDonald's menu? I'm pretty sure that is. Kind of looks like it. Anyway, yes, that. I'm gonna go get my sandwich. Don't go anywhere too quickly, unless you really want to. BRB. If I come back to a hype train, that's always, you know, bonus points. Huh. Okay. You know, I always say that when I go to lunch breaks. When I say, like, if I come back to a hype train, you guys will get bonus points. But really? Also, Aegis still hasn't done anything. Have you even moved? Claimed nothing. Still just screaming about forests. It's good to be back, Summer. So, whoever Anonymous is, I owe you a beer. Thanks for gifting 50 subs, you insane person. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Don't worry, you don't need to also give 50 subs. Orange, thanks for the $1. Darius, thanks for the $1. And Jazz, thanks for the $10. We'll hear that ding in like 20 minutes. And Last Crew, thanks for the $5. A ghost through. Man, we need to not memorialize more dwarves so we can get more ghosts throwing that many subs. That's absurd. Like, man. Well, this week just got a whole lot better. Being honest. A damn convincing sandwich? Must have, yeah. I should put pickles on my sandwiches more often. Although I don't think this sandwich is melancholic. That's more me just on an average day. Come on, ramen, you can get your webs further than that. Lazy critter. What's wrong with pickles? It's got pickles, avocados, seared onions, cheese, and lettuce. Very tasty. Tis quite yummy, in fact. It's a streamer just puts whatever's in the fridge in the sandwich every day and doesn't really care about recipes. What kind of pickles? Dill. I'm not a big fan of sweet ones. Oh my god, there's so many bags in these. This is actually a little bit absurd. There's so many bags. I need just like an empty bag stockpile down here. Not sandbags, just bags. So yeah, I don't really know what to say because it's Anonymous who gifted that out. But I don't have somebody directly to point at to thank, so I will just say thank you, Anonymous. I realize that I'm kind of like the most anti-hype streamer of all time. I just got, like, my voice doesn't even change when absurd amounts of generosity get thrown around, but I also I like sweet pickles on a chittery board. Definitely sometimes, but most of the time I'm pretty low-key when crazy shit happens, Jazz. Although I guess also, like, when it's anonymous, I don't really know how to react a lot of the time. I'm really hoping that stockpile will speed this process up a little bit. Seems to be. Yeah, all these dwarves just putting items in stockpile. Well, thank you very much for that absurd hype train. Chat room. Thank you so much. I have all this killinite and your dwarves aren't making it into blocks. It's because killinite is made into porcelain. So, underneath the stone, or, yeah, I think it's stone menu, you have to enable them to be able to use it. You definitely did, Orange. We're not going to hear that notification for a while. But thank you very much for the $100. Orange, you've officially paid me back for all of the beer you drank out of my fridge. Okay? Thank you very much for the 55 subscriptions and the $122 in bits. So the question is, Has the ping from Jazz's $10 gone off yet? Because I think the hidden notifications you guys don't see for text-to-speech are still going off for those 50 subs. Which means in like 15 minutes or something, we're going to get a really loud firing my laser out of nowhere. So maybe check your volume levels. This has been a very busy sandwich, yes. Stone. A very busy sandwich. I think it also just doubled my revenue for the week. It's also time to trade. You shall embrace the noise? Well, you've been warned. And Fight Attack, thanks for the $5. Well, shit. That's all I can really say, is well shit. Let's see how quickly this gets filled up at the end of this. Because I want this to be a busier spot. Because I want all of that stuff to just be put into that minecart and shipped up. Guess I need another minecart to take the bags back down. But then the problem is we're eventually just going to run out of empty bags. Which isn't really what we want. So we're now officially waiting for... traders. That's what we're doing now. And thank you for being around to be able to be gifted a sub, Wendy. Being accosted by capuchins. My fort for a while, this fort for a while has been getting gray langurs. They tend to show up and steal armor left by the goblins. I think at some point I'm going to get attacked by an army of gray langurs. Yeah, the grates are on the sand to stop fungus. It's mostly an aesthetic thing, though. It doesn't actually matter. Because they can collect them from walls. So it doesn't actually matter. You don't actually need the grates there. I just think they look nice that way. Are those like cappuccinos? But more caffeine. No, it's a type of monkey. They are a type of monkey. Get more discs put up here. What? Oh. I heard a bits too. We're getting there. Finally. It was pretty glorious when we had that redonkulous hype train back in December. I think it was like level 14 or something.
For the hype.
And it took... Well, this is interesting. Yeah, Sanic, and you might be able to see it fire soon. Where are you from? You're a bowman, you're a crossbowman? Is this just a necromancer siege? Okay, I need to... There it is. All right, so this is probably a necromancer siege, but I don't know where they're coming from because I destroyed the necromancer tower. So I don't know where they're coming from. I'm gonna pull this lever. And if it is in fact a necromancer siege, then there's a bunch of stealth necromancers in here. which also means my minecart shotguns are probably going to randomly go off. We're going to set you down to 75 so you get kicked forward.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's just prime this one. Which means someone should go kick it up there. Come on. Somebody coming to push a minecart. Push track vehicle. Here you come. Hope the necromancers aren't in the fort already. That would be awkward. This also is a very small siege, even for necromancers, and normally they wouldn't say a vile force of darkness has arrived, so I'm a little bit concerned. The frame rate hasn't dropped much, so... So we'll see. Has anything else shown up on the map? No, not really. It's just this kind of small crew of invaders. Well, they're fighting with an echidna. That's good. I think you're still trying. Ages, because I haven't gotten a notice of you going berserk or anything yet. Something fun is brewing, yes. Kind of half expecting this to randomly get set off. Which means it might. If something steps there, it's just gonna go whoosh. The mysterious, there's definitely a vampire in my fort somewhere strikes again. Wait a second. Ah. Can I just say, 261 kills. Not even lying. I think I found the vampire. Also, Tricked Wet is a really funny name for a location. Interrogation time? Oh, you bet. You bloody bet it's interrogation time. Watch them just, like, leave the fort. All right, well, here comes the first necromancy experiment. This is my first proper test fire of this, all right? So, this is the first full, also is literally trying to leave. First full test fire. So it's going to step on this and hopefully cause its friends behind it to die instantly. Never mind. Did I not connect you? It got pushed. Maybe it no work when it's up. Well, that sucks. I can manually fire it, but it'll fire too late. Because it's manually raised by the shotgun lock. I guess I would have to... That's a little grumbly. Not a big fan of that. All right, well, I have to redesign that slightly. Okay, well, I'll just dump lava on their heads. That's fine. Oh! Well, it worked. Got one. So never mind. It does in fact work. I'm just not entirely sure why it didn't get the other ones. Welp. Let's see, does this pop back up? Oh, wow, it did. Does it go back up? Well, they stepped on that one. And it should reset. Corey Dimas, thanks for the 10 cents. Cheers. Maybe they're lighter than a kobold. Maybe. Oh. Wait. No, there's a necromancer there. I think maybe that's what happened. I think these creatures are lighter than a kobold. I think you are correct. And I think what triggered it wasn't this guy. I think it was a necromancer that triggered it. Because one just triggered this. And these guys are all the way up here. Has to be a necromancer. Has to be. Well, let's seal her off and lava them. Sneaky bastards. Yeah, no kidding. Can I check the corpses? Wait, this is true. I can. Weight is 94. The weight is 94. I don't know why there's a random baron in here. I guess he's coming to visit. Bad news for you there, bud. Oh, hey, look at this. We're gonna capture our a criminal potentially, unless he can get out. You might want to run. I mean, you did just eat one of my children and 200 something monsters. So honestly, I would say justified. I would say justified. And a cat's Okay, never mind. You made it out. Nope, he went back in. Nope, he made it out. Nope, he went back in. Nope, he made it out. Nope, he made it back in. Did we pull this lever yet? Dwarves. I need you to lock the tunnel. You doofuses. Yeah, see? He's fighting with something that's invisible. Also, damn, this dude is strong. Look at this. Holy shit. This vampire poet. Oh my god. Anyway, here comes the lava, so, I don't even know what to say. Wow, what was he doing? The human poet. She had an artifact. Oh. You stole my artifact sword. That's mine. You bastard. You stole my golden artifact sword and then killed a bunch of dudes with it. Wow. Oh, that's incredible, man. What a guy. Steals my sword. Off of the... We haven't even found it yet. The child was found drained of blood. Found the culprit. So literally, this poet walked into the fort, walked up here, stole a sword, grabbed a snack, ate a child, and then realized we were under siege, gave up and just booked it at them, killed like 5 of them, and then died for their trouble. Let's look at some more of this combat log, shall we? Because, like, it's just fitting. The poet stabs the thief in the lower arm with my golden sword, and an artery has been opened by the attack. The sword is lodged in the wound. The poet slashes the thief in the right hand with her Zathis Agseth, my golden sword, tearing apart the muscle. Yeah, no, literally just like rampages through them. Human poet stabs the thief in the lower arm with her golden sword and the muscle, tearing apart the muscle and through the rope reed cloak. Moo Clown, thanks for the 6 months. The human poet stabs the Mebzutsat's eye in the right upper leg with her gold sword, tearing apart the muscle. And then towards the end, hold on, sorry, was shaking them around by the head? I beg your pardon? The poet bites the creature in the head, but the attack is deflected by their crossbow, or by the crossbowman's iron helm. The poet then shakes, latches on firmly, so has bit them in the head on the helm, it gets deflected, and then latches on firmly anyway, and proceeds to shake him around by the head. And then a flying bolt strikes the human poet in the lower body, tearing the muscle and tearing the guts. So, fought through, killed at least 4 of them. Wait, what? 1, 2, like 3 down here, and then a few more up top. And now they're about to catch fire and melt. That is absurd. That has to be one of the most, like, absurd, random little moments I've had in forever. Because just out of nowhere, like, this vampire shows up, eats one of my children, steals an artifact, and then proceeds to just, like, fend off an entire siege by themselves. Did the Baron die? Oh, probably. Who cares about the stupid Baron? Just a Baron. We got more of those. But my God. Hey, Audio. What's up? Chat, Audio used to be rich. So, can I get a round of beers for that? I'm gonna put a marker in the chat right there and highlight that as a bit for tomorrow. It'll be a short one, but I think that's worth highlighting. I hope you guys agree. Because I think that was it. Oh, there's the Baron. Aegis, apparently, somehow, by the way, Aegis made the thing. I don't know what they were missing, but Aegis made the artifact. So on top of all of that, this artifact got completed. This is Stakud Lartth. This is an Ulster-strapped pelt, the snarling Marsh Titan silk rope. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of Uma strap spelled the snarling Marsh Titan silk. It is made from Osmas strap spelled the snarling Marsh Titan's silk cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of one-humped camel leather and Singero ribbed wood, and menaces with spikes of black bear leather. On the item is an image of Whisperslide, the granite turmoil, the iron usher in saltpeter. On the item is an image of Ilana Hollowvine the dingo in Realgar. Ilana Hollowvine is laboring. The artwork, of course, relates to the classic tale of Ilana Hollowvine in the True Dune in the year 7. On the item is an image of gizzard stones in iron. and I will add it to the prison. And the Baron is like right there still. But the siege is still happening. Are they all outside? 1, 2, 3. Well, shit. Although this one is in eternal battle with an echidna. Well then. Someone in YouTube comments was suggesting that maybe they should tame giant echidnas, and I think that might be a bad idea. I mean, it's always an echidna. Of course it's an echidna. The echidnas are always winning. Well, at least this is one way to remove... Uh-oh. I need this lever pulled, like, now. I was gonna say, at least this is one way to make sure that, like, all these boulders go away. I'm about to start dumping lava into the fort, so I gotta get this drawbridge closed. Like, stat. Guys? Anybody want to pull that lever, please? Can we please pull the lever? Can we please pull the lever? Please pull the lever. I need you to pull the lever, or lava's gonna start pouring into my fort. I need you to... Like, see? There it goes. It's coming for us. Why is that a bad idea? Because if anybody starts fighting with them, you have an eternal battle that you can never end. Nerf Scuddler, what's up? Unless, of course, you have the firepower to kill the thing. I wonder if statues melt. Oh, there we go. It's closed. Phew. It's a close one. Well, on the bright side, we know the whole thing works. So that's good. I'd say that's the best part of this whole situation, is that we know, in fact, that it works. Meanwhile, the Forgotten Beast Sodor Kuga has come, an enormous three-eyed caterpillar. It has large mandibles and appears to be emaciated. Its amber exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its webs. It's like a silkworm. Oh, wow. I've never actually seen one of this sprite before. Chad, have you seen this sprite before? I've never seen this one before. It's the Unholy. You've never seen this one? Interesting. I think I could trap it. Yeah, I got enough doors. I can trap it. Okay, hold on. Let's just make sure that's set. Let's unlock this. Is that a real... I'm assuming that's a real place, right? Isle of Sodor. Now we sit here and we wait. Maybe it's new. It's possible it's new. I know that they're still adding new art to the game. And before it, like, dies on the way down here. Just making sure nobody pops out of there. gonna post a picture of this guy up on Discord and see if anybody else has seen it. Choo-choo indeed. It's got like a funny little... I know those are its mandibles, but... I don't know, this almost looks like a sandworm. Looks like a grub? Kinda, yeah. I guess sandworms kind of look like grubs. Okay, why is it walking away? You dumb worm! Go the other way. Looks like the ones you'd find on an earwig. Oh, that's awful. I hate that. I mean, I know he's a bit slow, but he just needs to go get stuck in here. He's got a way in. He's got multiple ways in, I think. Yeah, you can just kind of... He's too busy going down this way. Oh, he just... killed a Crundle. And, turned another Crundle into a mutilated corpse. Well, I mean, I don't blame it for killing all the Crundles. I would be doing the exact same. So, I mean, somebody's got to pad their kill count, you know? 6 Crundles it's killed now. Good for you, bud. It's like, I've been forgotten for 1,000 years. I'm starving. Alright, well, now that it's murdering the entirety of the local Crundle population... The last one's just like, I'm running. Did it get away? You going to let it escape? Seriously injured? Against what? Its ability to stand is somewhat impaired. It's a Crundle blend. That's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what it got into. Maybe it was a Crundle, but there's no Crundle there. Wild. Why am I expecting Elfie Bean to show up and just get decapitated by this thing immediately? Yeah, I mean, this giant caterpillar doesn't seem particularly big brain. Yeah, Elfie always shows up at inopportune moments and dies immediately. It's like, oh, there's a dwarf. Oh no, it's Elfie Bean. Splat. The number of times that's happened now is... That's just funny. Let's see if I can get 2 noodle defenders. Speaking of noodle defenders, I'm gonna actually pause for a second. We're gonna jump up here. I need to stop the lava from flowing into here. I think me doing this is actually going to kill this dwarf. Which means maybe I shouldn't pull the lever to open this door, and instead I should open the front door. This door. So that they can go in the other way. Instead of just getting crushed by this drawbridge. All right, let's follow the noodle. Or the caterpillar. He's going to be a pillar of this fortress, that's for sure. Slowly it meanders. Grubby? Grubbins? Stephen Grubbins the 12th. Or something. Danger Noodles. Danger Noodle. Cool, it's going the direction I need it to, I think. Yep. Barred me door. Go through the door. Go through the door. You know you want to. I'm gonna lock it in between these two, I think. Doobie doobie doobie. Well, okay, it's not elfy, but this'll do. Danger Noki? Yeah, we should name him Noki. Oh wow, we caught a Crundle in here somewhere. And also there's a camel down here? Why is there always camels? Anyway, rip that camel, I guess. Why is it always camels? Where do these camels keep fucking coming from, man? I don't even know. All right, well, anyway. Do you think that creature is still fighting with the echidna? Okay, well, it left the map, so. Camels are vicious? They're like horses. Horses are also vicious. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I mean, yeah, no kidding. Despite the danger. Mowgli, what kind of dwarf would you like? There's a couple, and most of them probably won't die anytime soon. Who's pissed? One of my furnace operators, of course. Want to be with family and be with friends, and you want to craft an object. You have no family and no friends. I'm just going to remove you from assigned jobs and let you go be with, make friends, maybe? Is there a way to know if your mountain homes are having issues? You haven't gotten traders or migrants in 2 years? Press space, click this button, go to civilizations, hover over your mountain home, which is, in my case, the Tufted Urns, and see if you are agreeing to import and export stuff. If it says no agreements or you have agreements, then you're good. If it says they're importing terror and you're exporting vengeance, then you're at war with them. Then you have a problem. Otherwise, you just have to click news and reports and see if they've been invaded recently. One of those new migrants or whatever? Okay. I don't know who they are. Because they've already swapped from new arrival to something else. Plus, we only got one, I think. I would assume it's probably... Yeah, it's probably this neutral peasant. Would you like this neutral peasant? Who has the new icon. Newbie icon still above their head. This one's probably also a recent one. Which one would you like? Would you like this planter or this peasant? Also, chat, we're like $8 away from making today my best day of the month. Which I'll probably get in ad revenue, because I won't see that for like 4 or 5 days. It's usually a few days behind that they credit that. So, thank you for the best day this month. By a lot. All right, so which one would you prefer? We've got the two of them. Let's see if there's any others. Yeah, it's literally just the two of them. So eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a dwarf by the toe. But since you said any dwarf is good, I'll give you this one because they have the cool haircut. Elves are raiding your mountain homes. Oh no, time to fight the elves. You're 85 years old. And she presumes that... Whoop, hold on. There's something I would like to do first. This is the opening where lava keeps coming out of. She presumes that she pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking matters other matters. She is unfriendly and disagreeable, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and isn't particularly ambitious. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she can easily fall into love or develop positive feelings. She is curious and eager to learn, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She is not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she runs her fingers through her hair when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste in time. She likes orthoclase, onyx opal, and jute fabric, and the color chestnut, and thrones, and anvils, and giant fireflies for their enchanting glow. And the words of the true teacher, and when possible prefers to consume firefly. Okay. Seahorse and longland beer, and cottonseed oil, and absolutely hates mussels. She likes her food to glow, because it gives her a glow, you know. Her ears are splayed out, her slightly wide-set bronze eyes are round. She has a scratchy voice. It's probably from all of the fireflies she's been eating. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and her head is narrow. Her eyelashes are short. This is hard to do, and her hair is quite sparse, and her pink skin is wrinkled, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is black with a touch of gray. And, she's relieved being near a waterfall. Welcome to the fort. You keep finding dwarves that look like Bernie Sanders, and it makes you laugh. I want to see a dwarf that looks like Bernie Sanders. What's your definition of a Bernie Sanders as dwarf? Oh, those are zombies. They hang out in the hallway. They're fine. They're friendly. Don't worry. They're definitely not vampires. Well, at least these are filling up quickly. I say quickly. Shotgun 1's 7% full. Shotgun 2 is 8% full. Shotgun 3 is 0% full. Not exactly quickly. Well, we gotta wait a little bit for this to all drain, so. So I wonder if I can get that artifact sword back or if it just melted. Yep. It just melted. Well, that sucks. Rest in peace to my gold sword, chat. The dumb vampire. Sprite just looks like Bernie Sanders. I mean, I believe you. That just sounds kind of hysterical.
Bring out your dead!
Yep. Because it's made of gold. But here's the thing, they can't be destroyed. If I retire this fort and reclaim it, it'll be somewhere in the fort. They can't be permanently destroyed, but yes, they can be destroyed. It's like an artifact floodgate made of wood. If you pour lava on it or make lava flow through it, it'll destroy it. There's certain situations where you can destroy those. Also molten native gold right there. I guess that's a boulder. Oh, well, I guess. Oh, never mind. They're not melting. I don't think. Do glass discs melt in lava? Because if they do, I just learned something. But like, there's a bunch right there. But I'd swear that there was way more in here. Maybe they do. That's weird, because green glass is lava safe. They go pushed, you bet? Or got pushed? Well, I mean, they didn't get pushed out of the map, but it might just be underneath. Yeah, okay, there it is. So they're all just underneath these things that they collided with. Because they collided with what I assume to be invisible necromancers. And there's also, like, molten native gold underneath them. So yeah, no, they're all still there. They're just underneath stuff. Oh, well, that'll all drain out. My class items just left to lava will vanish. Interesting. Well, we have a perpetual glass industry we need to maintain now. I was unaware of that. I thought that glass discs were lava safe. Well, I mean, we're just going to be perpetually making green glass discs for a while. Not that that's a negative thing. There's plenty of crafts to do. No, and if you could, they wouldn't be anywhere near as... I mean, I could make them out of iron. Well, I don't really want to have wood around for steel, so we'll just do iron. I'll add iron ones in. How much iron do I have lying around? 1,669. Let's do iron. $1,000. It's a bit absurd, but yes, so it's horrible that green glass is rare and hard to get. You are totally correct. I mean, might as well just have some that we can reload more consistently. So, I mean, I will just continue making the green glass ones. I mean, this is also just an opportunity for us to get through some of this iron supply that we have. And also it's good for my, you know, my smiths. How does one get green glass? You need sand and a furnace, and something to power the furnace. So either charcoal or lava. It's your choice. So the way you set it up is you need bags to collect sand. So if I go to, oopsies, down here, I have a collect sand zone. Okay, I have a stockpile for bags filled with sand, and then a stockpile for empty bags. And then they put the bags of sand into this minecart, and then the minecart goes zip all the way down here up to here and dumps them down there, and then they, you know, make bags, basically. I don't... Wow, those those are so crammed full of bits. I might need to fix that. Actually, just gonna set that back to don't take from. I just want them to fill this spot up. And then put the rest into there. Yeah, no, they put it into this minecart that's also mysteriously invisible for reasons. Clear glass needs pearl ash, yes, and crystal glass needs rock crystal. On the bright side, this will speed up the cleanup of this. And then these iron bars are going to turn into discs. And we're going to start chucking those up there. That's what you should... Yes, that is what you should be doing with rock crystal. I mean, you don't have to. But you do need rock crystal. Glass is one of the few infinite materials. Right? And here we're just making serrated glass discs with these sandbags. These dwarves, they just come here, they make these discs. It's a pretty slow craft, though, to make. Like, it takes kind of a while. But you want to? True, yeah. And then you can make glass blocks and then just have infinite, like, green glass, basically. Gameplay capture scene to show... Someone explained to you... Oh, because you have to run Dwarf Fortress in windowed mode or play in the experimental branch. Dwarf Fortress is so old that OBS doesn't understand how to capture OBS unless you use, like, specified region capture. Why is this miner so pissed? You are in windowed mode? And you're using window capture? Not game capture? Because it won't work with game capture. You have to use window capture. Because there's two different capture options. There's window capture and gameplay capture. Because Dwarf Fortress is so old, gameplay capture won't work. So you have to use window capture. Let's see if those are ending up where I need them to be. There we go. Now I've got iron discs too. They should start going into these as well. You get what I'm saying now? That's good. Next embark, he'll try to aim for a glass industry. I mean, a glass industry is fun. You just need to have sand on the map. And then a source of fuel, which every map has. Although sometimes you have to dig real deep to get it, right? Because if lava is your source of fuel, then yeah, you have to go pretty deep. But it is a fun, a very fun method of, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a very fun method of buildings, or of being able to build things. Four iron mine carts. Add a stop. Collect from this. Fill with, I'll just say all of these. You want to make everything out of glass? Settle on a desert with some trees, or a desert with a volcano. Does the color of sand matter? Nope. No, it does not. Sand is sand. So now we have these large serrated iron discs going in with the green glass discs. Just to help fill them faster. Although I think the glass discs weigh almost nothing. The iron, so I won't be able to load them with as many because the iron discs are way heavier. But that's fine. No problem, Rick. All right. Jerry Gord's depressed again. No! Snap out of it. You dwarfums. I'm gonna make some fine meal or lavish meals because I think it's been a while. Let's just make 500 lavish meals, I think. Got a bunch of those made. We'll hopefully perk up some of these dwarves' moods a little bit. Today's been an eventful day, though. We've certainly had a lot of fun interactions happen. I hope you guys agree.
Over here, he has a sword.
Does he? I don't know. Chat, who has a sword? Run away from the person with a sword. That's dangerous. That's a deadly weapon. Man, shotgun 1 only has is only 26% full. Gosh.
Isn't that interesting?
It might overseer it, it might not. It might get you. Be wary of the stone, it might have a sword. You have missed some notable events today, True Freak, shall we say. You've missed some decidedly notable events. Duly noted that you challenged Stone to a duel. Yes, True Freak. We'll just say yes. On both accounts. But, you know, I successfully made a minecart shotgun, so that part's pretty cool. Mostly good. Oh, yeah, generally good. And we are getting more discs loaded. So this is going to be a lot of the fort for the next day or so. Can be a lot of loading minecart shotguns. I think I'm going to send up my military to see if we can fight off or take over another location. We're going to attempt to raise and pillage. I'm going to send everybody but the full spears. We're not going to loot other items, but I am sending them out. We're going to send out 3 of our squads, everybody but the vampire. Doing some prep for dinner tomorrow. What'd you miss? We had a person steal our artifact and then run through a siege to try and get out, and then killed a bunch of enemies with the artifact, which was pretty cool, and then died with the artifact, and then the artifact melted to lava. So, you know, I could have gone and saved it, but nah. Because also, by the time I'd pulled the lever for the lava, I'd already pulled the lever for lava by the time I realized that it had stolen the artifact.
But I think it's probably just fat. Glorious, glorious fat. Crypt beer.
Keep chugging those beers, dude. Thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. It's the 6th month. That's half a year. Ain't that wild? A wild Claiborne appears. I'm pretty sure that's a tame Claiborne and not a wild Claiborne. Let's see how full he's getting. 35% full, 8% full, and 0 and 0. Well, all right. You're pretty well domesticated. Were you ever not? Well, I think that this glorious fortress has seen a lot of action today, chat room. But we're 8 hours and 48 minutes in, and I think it's time for us to go play something else for the rest of the evening. What do you think, chat? And I think we're going to play True Freak's favorite game of 2023. We're going to go play some Path of Akra. So, now's your opportunity, chat room, to say goodbye, YouTube. Our soldiers are going out to war. We are reloading the shotguns. The lava is cooling. We'll have more opportunities for violence. I'm sure of it. It's been a fun port. Looking forward to more of it and finishing it up over the next couple of days. But yeah, we're going to go play some Path of Acra for the remainder of the stream, which is a little roguelike with 100% positive reviews. So it must, at the very least, have a very biased community. That or it's awesome. One of the two. As for which, I don't know. You decide.